Yeah. Everyone, it is 5:30. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the City of Lincoln Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Bob Bushell. I'm the Vice Chair of the committee. When we come on to the Declarations of Interest section of the agenda, it will be clear why I'm chairing the meeting this evening rather than the normal chair of planning. Also at the table we have planning officers who will present the application, respond to questions and any clarifications that are needed as we go through. And we also have legal representatives who are available to offer guidance to the committee, and also officers who will record the minutes of the meeting. We wouldn't normally hold the meeting at the engine shed, but this venue enables us to accommodate increased numbers of members of the public with socially distanced seating arrangements, and this is in accordance with our current COVID-19 risk assessment. And in relation to that risk assessment, we would request that, if possible, you wear a face mask when moving around the building and when seated and not talking. With regard to other health and safety announcements, in the event of the fire alarm sounding, please leave the building using the nearest fire exit, which you will see around the building, around the hall. You might wish to orientate yourself with those at this time. And please can I ask that you either have your mobile phones turned off or onto silent mode. Thank you. All committee members have access to their own microphone. You don't need to press any buttons on the microphone as it will automatically be made live when you speak. We intend to pause proceedings approximately 7 p.m. so that members of the committee officers can take a short 20-minute comfort break. And additional comfort breaks can be added in should I consider that they're required. I've received apologies for absence from Councillor Don Nanestead, Councillor Laura McWilliams, Councillor Adria Anna McNulty and Councillor Neil Murray. We've also received a petition which is enclosed within your papers. The following process will be followed at tonight's meeting. Firstly, the first item on the agenda will be for councillors to declare any interest that they may have. Secondly, planning officers will be invited to present the report. Thirdly, objectors who have registered to do so will be invited to address the committee. The fourth element is that any ward advocate will be invited to address the committee. And the fifth part is that the applicant will be invited to address the committee also. These contributions will be for up to 5 minutes per speaker and will be timed using a traffic light system which starts when the speaker begins. 4 minutes on the green light, 1 minute on amber, and then stop on the red light. I will then, following a break, which will probably take place after all those speakers have made their contributions, we'll have a 20-minute break before reconvening, and then we'll open up the matter for full planning committee to make their contribution. And finally, we'll then carry out a vote. Okay, so to proceed, move on to declarations of interest. Can any members declare their interest, please? Councillor Patrick Vaughan.
Thank you, Chair. I declare a personal interest in this matter as I'm a member of the Upper Witham Drainage Board. I have duly considered whether this interest is a peculiar interest under the Members' Code of Conduct. When taking into consideration the reasonable member of the public test as outlined in the Code of Conduct and the assessment of how much this application would affect the Drainage Board, I do not consider that my interest is a peculiar interest. I therefore be participating in this meeting as a member of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vaughan. Councillor Strengle.
Thank you, Chairman. I also would like to declare a personal interest in this matter as I am also a member of Lincolnshire County Council. I have duly considered whether this interest is a pecuniary interest under the Member Code of Conduct when taking into consideration the reasonable member of the public test as outlined in the Code of Conduct and the assessment of how much this application would affect the County Council. I do not consider that my interest is a pecuniary interest. Therefore, I will be participating in the meeting as a member of this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Strengle. Councillor Tweddle.
Thank you, Chair. I have a disclosable pecuniary interest in this item as my husband works for the council, so I will be leaving the meeting and won't be voting or participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tweddle. Councillor Hewson.
The Councillor Vaughan, because I sit on the Upper Witham Drainage Board as well. Do you want me to read the declaration of interest out, or are you quite happy to say that I concur with?
Yes, I think you better read it out, please.
Right, okay, thanks for that, Bob. I declare a personal interest in this matter as I'm a member of the Upper Witham Drainage Board. I've duly considered whether this interest is a pecuniary interest under the Member Code of Conduct. When taking into consideration the reasonable member of the public test as outlined in the Code of Conduct and the assessment of how much the application would affect the Drainage Board, I do not consider that my interest is a pecuniary interest. I will therefore be participating in the meeting as a member of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Councillor Dyer.
Chairman, I declare a personal interest in this matter as I am a member of Lincolnshire County Council. I have duly considered whether this interest is a pecuniary interest under the Member Code of Conduct, and when taking into consideration the reasonable member of the public test as outlined in the Code of Conduct and the assessment of how much this application would affect the County Council, I do not consider that my interest is a pecuniary interest, and I will therefore be participating in this meeting as a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dyer. Councillor Longbottom.
A personal interest in this matter as I am a member of the Upper Witham Drainage Board. I have duly considered whether this interest is a pecuniary interest under the Member Code of Conduct. When taken into consideration the reasonable member of the public test as outlined in the Code of Conduct and the assessment of how much the application would affect the Drainage Board, I do not consider that my interest is a pecuniary interest. I will therefore be participating in the meeting as a member of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Longbottom. Councillor Spratt.
Matter as I am a member of Lincolnshire County Council. I have duly considered whether this interest is a pecuniary interest under the Members' Code of Conduct. When taking into consideration the reasonable member of the public test, as outlined in the Code of Conduct, and the assessment of how much this application would affect the County Council, I do not consider that my interest is a pecuniary interest. I will therefore be participating in the meeting as a member of this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Spratt. Anyone else, please? Any other declarations of interest? No. In that case, I'll ask Councillor Tweddle to leave. Thank you. There are no points of order, Councillor Spratt, at Planning Committee. We're going to proceed.
Do we have to stand up or keep sitting down and standing up, and can we remain seated?
You can remain seated.
Thank you, Chairman. That's all I wanted to say.
Just wait for Councillor Tweddle to leave the room. And then we'll proceed with planning officers to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to introduce the officer team that has been dealing with this application from the Local Planning Authority, as well as myself. Kieran Manning is Head of Planning for the Council. Principal Planning Officer Lana Meddings is the Case Officer. Simon Cousins, immediately to my left, is the Planning Team Leader and Support, and Nicola Collins at the end as Planning Enforcement and Heritage Team Leader, who is also the Planning Authority's lead Section 106 Officer. So this proposal, and indeed the decision you will make this evening, is the culmination of many years' work and negotiation between officers and the applicant team to get to this stage. Two previous applications of a similar nature were submitted on the site in 2006 and 2009 by Taylor Wimpey, but were both subsequently withdrawn. This current proposal is submitted by a different applicant team comprising the City of Lincoln Council via the Major Developments Directorate and a private company, Lyndon Western Growth Community Limited. Due to the City Council operating as joint applicant, rigorous governance arrangements have been implemented to ensure the appropriate separation of the applicant side and the statutory local planning authority. I'll just take you through the photographs of the site. As you can see on the screen, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, outlined in red in the usual way. And I won't dwell on the photographs too long. They're all within your pack. Photographs of the site from Tritton Road. Again, looking into the access point from Tritton Road. across the adjacent playing field, football field on Sconethorpe Road. Again along the drain. Number of photographs, I will move through them. As I say, they are all in your agenda. To move back actually to this one, showing the potential access point from Birchwood Avenue onto Sconethorpe Road into the site. So that's looking northwards. And again, along Sconethorpe Road itself. So the submission is a hybrid application with the majority covered in outline form as listed under paragraph 1.1 of your report on page 5 of your agenda and listed on the screen now. In addition, the access points from both Sconethorpe Road and Tritton Road are applied for in full and therefore making up the hybrid nature of this application. So in terms of the plans themselves, this is an urban extension. You can see outlined in red there the full extent of the allocated site within our local plan. This is the application proposal itself. It just comes inside that allocation from the west and shows you there. I can't point to the screen unfortunately, but the images are in your pack again on our website. Access points in from Sconethorpe Road, Birchwood Avenue Junction, Tritton Road to the east and Beaver Street to the north. Members will note that your officers have provided a detailed, thorough report which considers all of the material planning considerations that pertain to the proposal. Therefore, we do not intend to verbally present every single one of those issues, but instead focus on the most significant elements that relate to the application. For applications of this scale and nature, the Environment Impact Assessment regulations aim to ensure that any significant effects arising from a development are identified, assessed and presented to help local planning authorities, statutory consultees and other key stakeholders in their understanding of the impacts arising from development. As such, it requires applicants to submit an environmental statement, which has been submitted here, to address a number of environmental issues, having first agreed the scope of this statement with the local planning authority. The environmental statement has been independently assessed by a specialist consultant on behalf of the local planning authority to establish its compliance with the regulations. And following some further amendments by the applicants, officers have been advised that the environmental statement is compliant with said regulations. Members will be aware that the site is allocated in the adopted Central Lincolnshire Local Plan as a sustainable urban extension, and it remains allocated as such in the Emerging Review Local Plan, which is due for adoption in early 2023. Officers consider that the proposal accords with policies LP 28 and 30 of the current plan, as well as policies S67 and S68 of the Emerging Local Plan. In addition, the MPPF encourages community engagement prior to the submission of planning applications, and the applicants have done this with events held in 2017 and 2019. Some alterations to the scheme were then proposed following this consultation process and have formed part of the formal application. Clearly, if approved, the development as a whole must be planned carefully over a long time frame. It also needs to be delivered in a way that can be managed in terms of infrastructure support to housing and employment, as well as the provision of appropriate funding from external sources as and when required. The broad phasing is listed in the table listed on page 11 and also on the screen now. All of the material planning issues considered are listed on page 13 and of course are dealt with in detail individually within the body of your report. Officers will outline the most significant issues, as I've mentioned, within this presentation. A significant amount of consultation has occurred on this proposal during the application stage, both in terms of engaging with the full range of statutory consultees as well as neighbour consultation, and in both cases, all responses are included in full within the appendices of the report. In relation to the statutory consultee responses, these will be covered again in more detail as they relate to the principal issues we will cover later in the presentation. Inevitably, a proposal of this nature and scale has generated a significant number of objections from the public, as well as a signed petition. The issues raised in response are dealt with in the body of the report, and some of which will also be dealt with further into this presentation. But in summary, the issues raised include traffic congestion, air pollution, flood risk, a change to the character of the area, noise levels, impact on local environment, noise and disturbance during construction, whether access should come from Tritton Road first, loss of agricultural land, lack of local services, effect on trees, lack of pedestrian cycleways and park and ride, lack of a low carbon sustainable design, the impact on Skellingthorpe Village, phasing of the proposed access into the site, bridge design, impact on house prices, wrong location for the stadium, and impact on protected trees. The application is submitted with a detailed master plan and a design code. The purpose of the design code is to coordinate matters of design through the life of the implementation of the overall scheme. The code sets certain parameters and expectations for developers, house builders and designers to respond to through detailed design work for the various reserved matters applications. The aim is to create a distinctive place that responds to local character and maximises the site so as not to detract from the visual amenity of the area. Matters of street hierarchy are also covered within the design code to ensure that streets and routes are clearly legible. The undeveloped area of land in the middle of the site also allows an opportunity to maximise the green character of the site, as well as taking advantage of views northwards towards the historic hillside. The proposed local centre would form a focal point in the heart of the development, with the main spine road at this point being for buses only, ensuring a pleasant, lightly trafficked and safe environment. The location of the commercial centre at the northern end of the site is appropriate in design terms, as it enables the scale and character of the buildings therein to better assimilate into the area beyond to the north of the site. The aspirations for the overall design of the site are sound and would be in keeping with the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, and its requirement to create high-quality, sustainable places. The master plan has indicatively set out where all the requirements of policy LP30 could be accommodated within the site to the satisfaction of officers.
The transport implications of the proposal are set out in detail in your report. Access into the development will be taken from Skellingthorpe Road with a traffic signal control junction at Birchwood Avenue, Tritton Road with a new road and bridge over the railway just south of the Dixon Street junction, and another road bridge over the railway onto Beaver Street just west of B&Q. There would then also be the road network within the site connecting up Skellingthorpe Road with Tritton Road and latterly to Beaver Street. The provision of each access into the site is proposed to be phased so that the first one is proposed from Skellingthorpe Road and then the Tritton Road access followed by the Beaver Street connection. The road into the site from Skellingthorpe Road is proposed to provide access in the first instance for up to 300 new houses, with the following 300 then being accessed from Tritton Road. The link between the two would then be constructed, and this would enable vehicles to travel through the site. It's proposed that this route would have bus priority measures built in from the start, and cars and other vehicles will be required to divert off this route at 2 points with a view to discouraging traffic that's not generated by the new development from using the new road as a rat run. There will be dedicated footpath and cycle routes through the site and a new footpath and cycleway bridge over the railway onto Tritton Road. These measures will all provide good opportunities to travel by means other than the car and seek to ensure that the benefits of the proximity of the site to the city centre are maximised. Members will appreciate that the potential traffic impact of the proposals has generated significant comment and objection. Detailed modelling work has identified that the first phase of houses would generate an additional 81 vehicle movements at the morning peak onto Skellingthorpe Road heading east towards town. Mitigation for this impact is proposed as detailed in your report at the Doddington Road Birchwood Avenue junction, the Doddington Road Tritton Road junction, and a short length of bus lane and bus priority measures at the Skellingthorpe Road Birchwood Avenue junction into the site. In addition, further mitigation is proposed on Dixon Street and bus priority measures on High Street or Tritton Road. It is agreed that this mitigation creates additional capacity in excess of the 81 new vehicles estimated to be generated by the first 300 on the site heading east. And it's proposed that this will compensate for the impact of development. The phasing of the delivery of these elements of mitigation will be covered by planning conditions. Members will appreciate that Lincolnshire County Council, as the local highway authority, has objected to the impact of the first phase of up to 300 houses because of the impact on Skellingthorpe Road and the concern that the mitigation for that impact will not be effective. The County Council is also concerned at the lack of sustainable transport measures in the first phase of the development. It considers the impact of the first phase on the highway network to be severe. The County Council does not object to the development of Western Growth Corridor overall and has not objected to the continued allocation of the site in the revisions proposed to the Central Lincolnshire Local Plan. We have, as the Local Planning Authority, sought third-party specialist highway advice for the reasons detailed in your report. It has always been accepted that the first point of access into the development would be from Skellingthorpe Road. The advice breaks down each element of the impact of the first phase and each element of the proposed mitigation, and the advice is that the impact on the highway network cannot be considered to be severe. It is reasonable and understandable that the development would initially begin with access from Skellingthorpe Road and that this will have an impact on the local highway network. However, this impact will only be short-term until the construction of the second access point and bridge from Tritton Road and the construction of the connecting road. The second access point, bridge and link road are substantial, expensive pieces of infrastructure, and there has been doubt expressed in representations as to the likelihood of them being delivered at all. We have, as the local planning authority, required that the applicant demonstrates deliverability, both of this infrastructure and of all the subsequent houses allocated in the local plan beyond the first 300. The applicants produced a deliverability report, and the local planning authority has had this assessed by specialist viability consultants. The conclusion of our advisors is that the development is deliverable as a whole and that the development can deliver the necessary infrastructure to the phasing plan proposed by the applicant. This means that there is confidence that the impact of the development on Skellingthorpe Road will be short-term. This, together with the mitigation proposed, means that the local planning authority is satisfied that the impact of the first phase will not be severe and that the development as proposed is acceptable. The applicant has also been required to undertake a significant level of modelling and a safety audit at the request of National Highways, formerly Highways England, in respect of works required at the A46 Skellingthorpe Road roundabout. Works will be necessary to the geometry of the roundabout and there will be the provision of an at-grade crossing. National Highways is now satisfied that the works designed are acceptable and are safe, and it is proposed to condition these works accordingly. The site is the best located of all of the allocated sustainable urban extensions in the local plan, and the opportunities for sustainable travel measures should reflect that position. Appropriate conditions are proposed.
The site is situated within Environment Agency flood zones 1, 2 and 3, which indicates that part of the site is subject to a flood risk in excess of a 1 in 100 year return period. Potential sources of flooding to the site include tidal, rivers and extreme rainfall, as well as flooding from the breach of flood defences. In accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, the sequential test for the site was undertaken at the time of allocation in the local plan, and the associated strategic flood risk assessment supported the exception test. The strategic importance of the site and the opportunities that its sustainable location could provide were acknowledged and supported when the local plan was examined. In response to flood risk issues which have previously inhibited development of the site, a technical working group was established to set the principles for any development of the site and included the Environment Agency, Anglian Water, the Drainage Board and the County Council. The work overseen by the group has included the assessment of the impact of a breach of flood defences in the vicinity of the site, in order to establish a safe and sustainable extent of development that does not increase the risk of flooding to surrounding areas by incorporating a number of flood risk management measures. The applicant has submitted a detailed site-specific flood risk assessment which has referenced the local plan work and deals in detail with the specifics of the application proposals. It is proposed that surface water runoff from the proposed development would be collected by a network of SUDS features within each of the development plots, where water will be stored and allowed to infiltrate to the ground where possible. The application is supported by a surface water management plan which shows how this could be achieved on site. The specific detail would be secured by condition and agreed with the relevant statutory consultees. Excess flows will pass to a network of swales which will convey the water from the residential development to widened linear drainage channels. The linear channels will connect the development to the existing IDB network, with storage being provided within the freeboard of the channels. The following drainage features will be provided as part of the development to ensure that there is no increase in flood hazard class to the proposed development or the surrounding residential areas. These are set out on the screen in front of you, but I'll just run through them. Widened linear channels that will provide additional storage and link the development to the managed IDB network. Green corridors will be provided to protect potential flood flow routes, allowing floodwater in the event of a breach of flood defences to enter the site, where it can be safely stored within green space, providing relief for surrounding residential areas. Residential development would take place on the higher ground to the south and west of the development area and would be on a raised development platform that would be no less than the modelled floodwater level for a breach scenario. Therefore, post-development, the residential areas of development would be positioned outside of flood zone 3. A SUDS treatment train will be provided as part of the development to reduce peak flows and provide water quality treatment. And ground levels in the northern part of the site would be lowered to form wetlands, providing additional storage in the area that is most at risk of flooding. Many of the objections received from local residents have cited flooding as a major concern, flooding of the site and the potential for the development of the site to create flooding off-site in existing residential areas. Flooding of this site has been a long-standing issue and has halted development in the past. The Planning Authority are satisfied that the applicants have worked closely with the technical authorities through the technical working group meetings to ensure that their concerns are satisfactorily addressed. A significant amount of technical work has been carried out and the Environment Agency have confirmed that they are comfortable with the proposed development. The Planning Authority are given confidence by this support and the development would have no adverse impacts on existing residents, and that technical matters have either been dealt with or are capable of being dealt with by way of planning condition. The proposed development has the potential to impact on cultural heritage assets during construction and once developed. Cultural assets are archaeological remains, historic buildings, and the historic landscape. The archaeological potential of the site has been assessed in numerous desk-based assessments and confirmed by a staged programme of archaeological evaluation assessments prior to the submission of the application. The evaluations have identified activity associated with prehistoric, Roman, medieval and post-medieval periods and include extensive Roman remains associated with Swampole pottery manufacture. The Phase 1 trial trenching comprised the excavation of 62 evaluation trenches and the detailed excavation and recording of a Roman kiln. The evaluation recorded the absence of archaeological features and material across the western part of the site, and confirm that the densest archaeological activity was concentrated in the southeast. The Phase 2 trial trenching was carried out during September 2018 and comprised the excavation and recording of a further 21 trenches. The second phase of trial trenching revealed further evidence relating to the pottery manufacturing industry at the site and suggested that the densest areas of archaeological remains were in the fields to the south and immediately north of the Catchwater drain. The overarching written scheme of investigation submitted with the application sets out the next stages of work required for the site. The document sets out a further phase of trial trench evaluation in the eastern edge of the site, a programme of geo-archaeological assessment in the northeastern edge of the site, and a programme of archaeological excavation in the southern part of the site. Historic England consider the submitted archaeological mitigation strategy to be a robust piece of work, setting out a generally proportionate and wholly necessary scope of work to address the current known significance. The city's archaeologist is also satisfied with the works carried out to date and has set out a number of conditions to secure the future archaeological works required on the site. The development of the Swanpool pottery production part of the site that Historic England advises would pass the test of national archaeological importance for designation as a scheduled monument will inevitably lead to the total loss of significance of that heritage asset. However, the delivery of the development will provide substantial public benefits, and as a consequence, it is considered that with suitable analysis, investigation and recording, that harm is outweighed by public benefits in accordance with the NPPF and as set out in the overall planning balance of the scheme. In the case of the above-ground impact on historic buildings and the historic landscape, the applicants have demonstrated that there would be no loss of existing designated heritage assets. The scheduled duck decoy is located to the northwest of the proposed development. A design standoff buffer and the creation of landscape fringes at the edges of the proposed development helps soften the visual impact of the proposed development from this heritage asset. In addition, the retention of existing hedgerows, tree lines, and the creation of ecological enhancement zones conserve the rural character of the views to the southeast and east from the duck decoy. Swanpool Conservation Area is located to the south of the site. The master plan has involved and changes made to remove a vehicle access from the proposed development into and through this conservation area, therefore reducing the impact of the character on the conservation area. Long-range views of Lincoln Castle and Cathedral and the historic hillside have been considered as part of the proposal. The master plan has set out height parameters and a view corridor to ensure long-range views of Lincoln's historic hillside are maintained. In terms of views from the hillside looking toward the development site, the master plan sees the retention of green space and the hedgerow field boundaries, together with the inclusion in the design of green buffers around the proposed development parcels. The northern boundary of the development would have the character of a green edge, thereby avoiding a hard urban edge. This would help ensure that aspects of the rural character of important views in this direction from the hillside are retained as much as possible, thereby helping to preserve this important aspect of the rural setting of the city. This is in line with advice received from Historic England. Officers consider that the applicants have sufficiently set out the heritage assets affected by the proposed development. Both above ground and below ground assets have been given full consideration.
Beg your pardon. The environmental statement submitted with the application has within it a chapter that deals explicitly with ecology and nature conservation. Detailed studies have been carried out at a strategic level down to a very detailed level as set out in your report, which assesses the existing condition of the site and assesses the impact of development. The reports look at the wider habitat, designated sites and flora, and at a more detailed level, surveys, for example, for great crested newts, water voles, breeding birds and aquatic invertebrates. The ecology work submitted by the applicant has been assessed in detail, and it is concluded that subject to appropriate conditions on this application and the subsequent reserve matters application, there is no overriding reason why the development should not proceed. Development on the land will self-evidently affect the ecology of the site which is to be built upon. The existing ecological value of the site and the consequent ecological opportunities of development have been carefully assessed by ecology specialists, and additional works have been undertaken during the course of the application. Natural England, as one of our statutory consultees, has advised that the development could provide important opportunities to make positive gains for biodiversity and green infrastructure, both on the site itself and to make links throughout the city. Natural England has further advised that detailed plans should be submitted for green infrastructure and ecological enhancements, and that these can be secured by way of appropriately worded conditions. You will note that such conditions are proposed. Lincolnshire Wildlife Trust has raised no objections whilst making a number of comments and recommendations, and the Woodland Trust has also made comments. The proposed conditions also take account of those comments. National planning policy in respect of biodiversity is evolving, and whilst there is, as yet, no mandatory requirement to deliver a particular level of biodiversity net gain on a development, there is no reason why this could not be achieved on this site, and appropriate conditions to that effect are proposed. Air quality assessments have been undertaken, as you would expect, as part of the environmental impact assessment, and these assessments look at existing conditions and forecast future conditions both during construction and following completion of the various phases of development. The impact can be managed during the construction phases through the application of appropriate construction environment management plans, which would deal with all air quality issues and how they will be managed, and will be assessed by the Council's Pollution Control Officer. Vehicle routes and emissions, dust and so on would all be covered. A similar approach would be taken to issues of noise and vibration. There's no reason to consider that the impact cannot be satisfactorily managed. In terms of ground conditions, the principal issue across the site is the former Skewbridge landfill to the northeastern end of the site. Proposals are submitted to remediate the tip, as detailed in your report, and the area would be reclaimed and form part of the area for the proposed leisure village and football stadium. The remediation of the site will take a number of years, and the remediation and reclamation strategy has been ratified by the Environment Agency and the Council's Scientific Officer. Again, appropriate conditions are proposed to ensure the remediation takes place and is appropriately controlled.
This application seeks permission for 3,200 dwellings of a range of type and size. The specific mix of these dwellings is not fixed within the application and would instead be developed phase by phase and through consideration of the subsequent reserved matters applications. That being said, it is envisaged that the development as a whole would deliver a range of housing types and sizes, including detached, semi-detached and terraced dwellings. The number of dwellings proposed to be delivered at which stage of the development is included within the phasing plan, but each sub-phase typically contains 400 to 600 dwellings. Policy LP11 of the local plan stipulates that sustainable urban extensions should provide 20% affordable housing. In this instance, and due to the significant upfront infrastructure investment required, the applicant has proposed that the first phase 1A of 300 dwellings provides no affordable housing, but the delivery of the SUE in full would secure a minimum of 20% affordable housing. Policy compliance would therefore be achieved by later phases delivering more than the 20% in some instances. As local planning authority, we were concerned that whilst policy compliance would be achieved ultimately, the absence of affordable housing in the first phase could be problematic if the scheme was not delivered beyond phase 1A. Consequently, and as you've heard already, the LPA commissioned Aspinall Verde, specialist viability consultants, to assess the financial commitments for Western Growth Corridor and whether deferring the affordable housing provision would be justified. Aspinall Verde conclude in their report to us as LPA that deferring delivery of the affordable housing would reduce the level of funding required to take the scheme forward and therefore de-risk future phases. They also advise that it is highly unlikely that the applicant would fail to deliver the scheme beyond phase 1A, as due to the upfront infrastructure costs, the gross development value would still be less than gross development profit. so further phases would be required in order to achieve a return on the investment. Having considered this advice, officers are satisfied that this is both a reasonable and justified approach, and that there are sufficient control measures, either via condition or latterly Section 106, to ensure policy compliant provision via later phases for the scheme as a whole. As members are aware, when dealing with applications, the local planning authority need to consider the need to apply specific conditions and other obligations. These obligations can include financial contributions and/or the requirement for specific infrastructure to be provided on site. These obligations can only be required in order to make unacceptable development acceptable, and are typically secured via Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act. Paragraph 55 of the NPPF states, however, that Section 106 should only be used where it is not possible to use planning conditions. The Central Lincolnshire Local Plan requires that development of this nature provides for education, healthcare, highway infrastructure, open space, green infrastructure and playing fields, either by direct provision on site or by financial contributions to off-site provision. The specific requirements are derived through consultation with the relevant statutory consultees that are responsible for each element. Officers have considered the best mechanism for securing all of the obligations of the development and have also sought external legal advice on this matter. It is considered that these obligations can be secured via robust planning conditions, and therefore no need for a Section 106 agreement arises. In any event, as the City Council is joint applicant, it would not be possible to enter into such an agreement, as the local planning authority is also part of the City Council, and so to enter into such a legal agreement between two parts of the same organisation would not be legitimate in this way. The planning conditions proposed therefore restrict development beyond a certain number of houses, and the trigger for each element of infrastructure has been carefully considered and matched to when it will be required over the life of the development. The specific infrastructure required is detailed within paragraph 414 of your report, and the full list of detailed conditions is also appended, which include the relevant trigger points. In headline terms, the scheme would ultimately provide a new school, financial contributions towards Bootham, Birchwood and Portland medical practice, highway infrastructure both on and off-site, provision of open space, green infrastructure and playing fields on site, as well as the requisite 20% affordable housing referred to earlier.
As well as the outline application that we've been discussing, the application also seeks full planning permission for two access points into the site, Skellingthorpe Road and Tritton Road. The access point from Skellingthorpe Road would be constructed first to enable the first 300 houses to be built in Phase 1A. Permission is sought for this access, as well as the initial access spine road spur into the site, as shown on the plan on your screen. Originally proposed as a roundabout, the applicants took on board advice from the Highways Authority and have changed the site access to the signalled crossing. The photo on your screen now is looking from Birchwood Avenue across to where the Skellingthorpe Road access would go into the site. In Phase 1B, access to the site would be taken from Tritton Road and would be required to enable development of the second set of 300 dwellings. This access would require a bridge from the site over the railway line, landing to the west of Tritton Road. The vertical alignment of the Tritton Road access has been set to provide sufficient headroom over the railway line as agreed with Network Rail. The road layout is currently shown in the plan on your screen. And this photo shows the point on Tritton Road where it would land, so with the site to the right of this photograph. And this is where the road would land on the other side of the bridge into the development site. The new bridge link at Tritton Road has been assessed to ensure its height is acceptable in terms of the view corridor towards the cathedral. And a computer-generated image illustrates that the bridge structure does not interfere with views of the cathedral from Tritton Road. This is shown on the CGIs on your screen now. We can just make out the bridge on that second photo at the bottom of the screen. It's considered that the bridge would assimilate into the surrounding area and would not have a harmful visual impact. Officers have assessed all the technical matters as referred to in your report and are satisfied that both access points would be visually acceptable, have no harmful impact on residential amenity, and would fulfil all technical requirements. As discussed within the outline application, there has long been a recognition and an acceptance that to achieve long-term modal shift and an alternative route into the city centre, the spine road through the site needs to be completed, and this can't happen until both access points have been constructed and the first phases of housing delivered. The delivery of the spine road has been secured through condition, and therefore the local planning authority are satisfied that the access on Skellingthorpe Road would be acceptable and that the impact of the increased traffic would be short-term. The provision of a bus priority route into the city centre would have long-term benefits to the residents of Birchwood and the surrounding areas, and would therefore accord with local and national planning policy.
To conclude then, the NPPF states that development that accords with an up-to-date development plan should be approved without delay. For both the NPPF and the Central Lincolnshire Local Plan, it is necessary to establish whether the proposal is in accordance with the plan as a whole. In order to establish compliance with the development plan as a whole, officers have attached weight to each element of the proposals as part of the planning balance and ultimately the recommendation to committee today. Substantial positive weight should be given to the delivery of the 3,200 dwellings as required within the local plan, including the 20% affordable housing. The delivery and trajectory of both the housing and the major infrastructure have been independently assessed by experts commissioned by the LPA. The impact of the traffic generated by the scheme has been considered at great length. The Highway Authority have objected to the first 300 dwellings, as you've heard, stating the impact on the local highway network would be severe, notwithstanding the proposed mitigation measures. The advice provided to us as local planning authority by BSP as consultants is that there will be a short-term impact until the bridge to Tritton Road and Link Road are delivered. The impact is mitigated to an acceptable extent, but nevertheless it is considered that the traffic impact of the first phase does carry negative weight, with neutral weight following the completion of the Tritton Road Bridge and Link Road. Substantial positive weight should be given to the creation of a new bus priority route and new pedestrian and cycle routes, whilst neutral weight is attached to the creation of the raised development platform and subsequent positive drainage of the site. Whilst the proposal maximises opportunities for walking, cycling, includes provision for electric vehicle charging points and seeks to prioritise bus travel, negative weight is attached to the impact on air quality as an inevitable consequence of the additional traffic. Substantial negative weight should be attached to the harm caused to the archaeology present on the site. However, substantial positive weight should be given to the remediation of the former Skew Bridge tip, particularly as it would facilitate the provision of the bridge link onto Beaver Street, as well as the development of the leisure village. Substantial positive weight should also be given to the economic benefits of the proposal due to the job creation both during construction and post-completion in the local centre, leisure village and school. The planning balance was also considered during the local plan allocation process, and during the examination in public, the inspector agreed that strategic benefits of the allocation as a sustainable urban extension outweighed any disbenefits. The assessment made within your report clearly sets out the benefits of the proposal in delivery against the local plan allocation, and the planning balance is strongly weighted in favour of granting planning permission. Members may be aware that the Secretary of State has received a request to call in the application. He has yet to make a decision on that, but this does not affect the recommendation or tonight's committee process, but means that no formal decision notice could be issued until we receive formal notification from the Secretary of State, should members be minded to approve this evening. Your officer recommendation is therefore to grant permission with the raft of conditions listed on page 118 of your agenda and detailed in full within the update sheet. Thank you, Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. I would just draw members' attention to the update sheet which has been tabled this evening and was previously circulated by email. I now call upon our first speaker to come forward to the table by the stage. That's Ian Field. If you'd come forward, Ian. All right, it's not on mine. Sorry, I think that's been changed to Becky Maluish.
Yes, I'm not Ian.
Yeah, sorry, Becky.
That's okay.
Welcome to the table. I can't actually see you around that corner, but I assume you sat at the table. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address committee, 4 minutes on the green light, which will commence when you start speaking, 1 minute on amber, and then I'll have to stop you on the red. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm Becky Mellish. I'm the Growth Manager for Planning Advisors at Lincolnshire County Council, acting as Local Highway Authority. I'm going to read a pre-prepared statement today. So, Lincolnshire County Council could support the application for the whole development, subject to agreeing detailed mitigation and further technical checks and clarifications as identified in this response. However, LCC objects to Phase 1A on grounds of severe impact and lack of alternative sustainable travel modes in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework. I'll now provide a short summary of LCC's concerns regarding Phase 1A. Traffic surveys of the existing highway network were undertaken in February 2020. These surveys showed the observed turning movements and queues. The survey results showed that Skellingthorpe Road in particular experiences lengthy queues, especially in the AM peak. Throughout the peak hour, these queues were over 100 vehicles and reaching around 200 vehicles at times. The Phase 1A proposals are forecast to add a further 81 vehicles to this eastbound movement in the AM peak hour. The existing surveyed flows are 447 for this link, and therefore this would be an increase of around 18%. This is a significant increase in demand to a link which is already operating over capacity. Capacity improvements on Skellingthorpe Road are not possible due to physical constraints, and the applicant has proposed mitigation on an alternative route into the city from Birchwood via Doddington Road and Tritton Road in the form of junction improvements. These junction improvements could provide increased capacity, however, they will not provide relief for the residents of the new development, and it's questionable how many existing residents from Birchwood would reallocate to Doddington Road, given the existing distribution, journey times and destinations. Furthermore, is it acceptable in sustainability terms to be providing extra capacity on a route which is considerably longer to access the city centre? Phase 1A is a development which does not adequately promote alternative sustainable modes. There is no improvement for walking and cycling. The bus services will be adversely affected by additional traffic on the local network, and the pinch point of Skellingthorpe Road is not addressed. The development adds 18% additional car traffic to a link which is already under severe stress, operating at capacity with frequent extensive queuing and suppressed demand manifesting demand and queues extending beyond the peak hours. The LPA has commissioned BSP to provide an opinion on traffic impact. No further evidence or assessment has been undertaken by BSP. However, BSP concluded that even with an 18% increase on an already overcapacity link, the proposal does not result in a severe impact, provided the junction improvements at Birchwood Avenue and Doddington Road are implemented. Members need to decide whether the traffic from a further 300 houses on Skellingthorpe Road will cause a severe impact given the existing traffic conditions and the fact that no mitigation in the area is proposed. In terms of the development as a whole, LCC could support the application subject to agreeing detailed mitigation and further technical checks and clarifications as set out in our consultation responses. LCC agreed that the spine road through the site with a new bridge over the railway linking Skellingthorpe Road to Tritton Road will provide significant improvement to the highway network. The proposals would also ensure that sustainable modes would gain the most benefit from this new link. In conclusion, the officer report concludes that the traffic impact of Phase 1A will be short-term impact on the local highway network pending the delivery of the bridge over the railway to Tritton Road and the construction of the link road within the site, which is cited in page 113. However, the proposed consent only requires the bridge to be provided prior to the 301st house, and there is therefore no guarantee that the bridge will be delivered. Approving this application could mean that the impact on the local highway network of the first 300 houses remains in perpetuity without the necessary mitigation of the bridge link. Given the significant costs involved for a new railway bridge, circa £20 million, and the timescales to gain the necessary agreements and construct the bridge, it's likely to be many years before the bridge is provided, if at all. LCC would therefore request that members do not grant the consent for this development as proposed. LCC consider that this important allocated site can be delivered, but the proposals need to be phased such that mitigation is provided early and that there is no excessive adverse impact on the highway network. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. I now call Ian Whiting to come forward, please. Same time for you, Ian, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to this development and representing a significant number of local people through the Skellingthorpe Road Community Residents Action Plan. I'm not against developments in general. I develop businesses for a living. I'm pro-Lincoln. I love the city, especially how it's maintained green spaces. But I'm very concerned about democracy, sustainability and life in Lincoln. We should be on the same side here, councillors. No doubt you've been sold on how fantastic this proposed development is by your leadership team. But that influence should not drive your decisions on this or any vote. We understand that some of you may have a long-held predisposition to vote in favour of a development on this site, but please, this is a huge controversial decision. Your role here is to represent your public. The people you represent expect you to challenge policy decisions, and we have high expectations of you. The LGA Councillor Code of Conduct commits you to respect for the people you represent, objectivity, openness, transparency, honesty and impartiality in exercising your responsibilities in the interests of the local community and the people you represent. There are something like 250 objections to this proposed development from the people you represent. Many of those objections contain multiple, well-argued and evidenced issues. It would be interesting to know how many of you have read those detailed public objections. The objectors, your public, have not had any official dialogue with you or the planners regards those objections or concerns. It's been a black hole. If you're told that those objections are unfounded, invalid or that they've been dealt with, that is a misrepresentation. If you vote in favour, abstain or decline to vote against this proposed development today, we believe you will not have discharged your duty to the people you represent. You will have not demonstrated impartiality. How does that align with your code of conduct? And please, we'd like the record of how each of you voted on this. This should not be us and them, you versus us the public. This should be you working with us. That is why we elected you. That's your duty. To be clear, 250 or so objections may seem like a small number, but the effort required to actually access and read through over 700 documents and then create and submit Planning rule relevant responses was what gargantuan. You should be amazed that so many people managed to jump through the hoops and barriers necessary to actually respond. Many people gave up. What's more, most people in Lincoln don't even know about this proposed development because the council's consultation process has been very poor. It appears that you do not want your public to be truthfully informed, and certainly when those of us that do respond, you ignore us. We've been given just 5 minutes to speak. We can't even touch on the detail in 5 minutes, and we can't use anything visual in this meeting. So just 2 core issues. It's a high flood risk area, originally proposed in the last century because there were no alternatives. There now are many alternative, safer, easier, low-cost development options in the local area. This development, in our view, adversely affects flood risk to the existing low-lying housing in Lincoln. Think of the risk of central Lincoln, Bootham, Moorland, Carhome, etc. And transport. Your publicists talk of a through road and relief for the traffic between the city and outskirts, but the plan does not include a genuine through road. Is there even Network Rail permission for the bridges? And if that is later approved, who's going to pay? It looks to us pretty much like the council taxpayers of Lincoln. For clarity, the build is planned in phases. It's probable that development will cease after early phases because the plan is not commercially viable. No through road, none of the glossy infrastructure, additional congestion, additional pollution, lots of cost and no benefits to the people you represent. The Highway Authority objects to this plan. They are expert. Why do you not stop to assess the real situation here? Is it because you've already sunk over £2 million worth of council taxpayers' money into a seriously flawed scheme? Your own paid consultants admit that there will be more queuing traffic on roads that they admit are already close to or at capacity, and they've ignored the additional rail traffic that we hear is likely. You want drivers to take significantly longer routes, past schools, shopping areas and pedestrian and cycle routes in order to get in and into and out of town, in various parts of Lincoln, Hartsholme, Birchwood, Bootham and Moorland. Proper traffic mitigation is not possible. Your own consultant said that. There are at least 10 key development deliverables that you signed up to comply with as a council that this proposal directly breaks. The proposal is a departure from the Central Lincolnshire Plan, which you all agreed in 2017. For example, boundaries have been changed and with no consultation. Those of us that have studied this really cannot understand why you continue to pursue it. People can be apathetic about this kind of topic, but remember, this is not all over once you decide to proceed. The problems will start to affect communities very quickly, and your constituents will be a lot more interested then about why you let this happen. Please, if you really do care about the future of Lincoln and the people you represent, take this opportunity to do what's right. This plan is still not fit for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. If I could now call Ray Shooter, please.
I have lived on Birchwood for nearly 55 years and have been involved in the local Scout group for over 40 years. I walk our dog on a daily basis down Pig Lane and across the proposed development site. That's when it's not ankle deep in water, of course. I talk to lots of people, but most seem to know little about the current plan or its impact on their daily lives. About a third of the city lived in the 4 affected wards, that's Birchwood, Hartsholme, Bootham and Moorland. When I tell them about the plans, Bootham residents are most upset about the no right turn from Dixon Street into High Street for 3 number 9 buses an hour. This means they will have to use Rookery Lane or go through town. Moorland residents are very concerned by the extra traffic that this will generate through their ward. As for expecting Birchwood residents to divert and use Dorrington Road when the traffic is just as bad, if not worse than Skellingthorpe Road, and is also affected by a railway crossing is too much. It can take up to 35 minutes to reach Sainsbury's supermarket from the Birchwood area already. When the new Aldi is completed at the Moorland Centre, the traffic along Tritton Road will be much worse. Add in all of the construction traffic entering via Skellingthorpe Road and Birchwood Avenue, and more barrier downtime. This is ludicrous. Also, the traffic from Skellingthorpe Village hasn't been taken into account. There are currently 600 homes under construction on 2 sites in the village, with 1,400 more being proposed by 2036. Quite a few of these residents will be using Skellingthorpe Road and Doddington Road, but none of this has been taken into consideration. Many Skellingthorpe residents now have to come to Birchwood for the doctor's surgery and schooling, even though there will be more road traffic and more children needing to cross the A46 70-mile-an-hour dual carriageway at Skellingthorpe Road. The plan includes no pedestrian bridges or underpasses. This development would have been an opportunity to gain these safety features. If it ever gets completed, the planned through road from Birchwood Avenue to Tritton Road will have bus gates on it to prevent cars from using it. And the third exit via the bridge into Dixon Road will be for buses only from the development. So for 3,200 homes, there will only be one main exit. This looks like being a 3,200 home cul-de-sac. As for flooding, do any of you actually believe in climate change? This area will flood. Since the 2017 plan, everything has changed. You must reconsider this area's use. Also, there is a new Environment Act since the submission was made. The Upper Witham Internal Drainage Board, the people who keep our homes dry, want to keep this area free from development. They call it a safety valve for Lincoln itself, but I guess you all know better. Not sure that Bootham, Morden, Hartsholme, Carholme and City residents will be reassured by that. But my greatest concern about this current application is the means by which it has been advertised to the public. How can the public comment on these proposals if they've not been made aware of them? Access to planning proposals should be open and transparent and widely advertised to enable contributions by the public to be considered as part of the planning process, especially for such a large development. I don't consider that a couple of one-sided press releases in the weekly local paper or on the Lincolnite is sufficient to inform the residents who voted for you. This whole process has been rolled out over Christmas and New Year with over 700 documents on the agenda to read. This is most undemocratic and bordering on dishonesty. It's hard to believe that the members of this committee have read and understand some of them. You cannot pin such a massive burden on the planning officers. Councillors do the voting. Councillors are accountable for the outcome of this, and councillors will be held to task when the reality sinks home. There has been no public consultation on this plan. What's needed are proper public presentations and debates in all of the areas that are going to be affected. These should have been carried out before these plans were even considered by this planning committee, so that the residents can question the planning officer in more detail as to what is really being put forward to the large number of residents who will have to experience its outcome on a daily basis for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shooter. I now call on Tom Wilkinson to come forward. Same timing, Mr. Wilkinson. The traffic light system will start when you're ready to address committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am joint owner of Decoy Farm, which lies adjacent to the A46 Lincoln bypass. My land is included in the Western Growth Corridor allocation in the local plan, but is not part of this planning application. Whilst I support the principle of development, I believe that by not including a direct link to the A46, the developers are missing an opportunity to improve the highway's solutions. I would like the committee to be aware that the applicants made no attempt to contact me or my family to discuss the potential link through our land. They did come to see us after they submitted the application to try and convince us that a new link onto the A46 was not necessary, and why the token improvements they proposed to the Skellingthorpe roundabout with the A46 would be sufficient. I'm not convinced by the applicant's reasoning for not having a direct link road to the A46, and the token alterations they proposed to the Skellingthorpe roundabout are laughable. Our farm access is directly off the Skellingthorpe roundabout via a fifth arm squeezed in between the A46 westbound carriageway and Skellingthorpe Road. With our caravan site, horse livery business and farming activities, we generate significant vehicle movements in and out of this inadequate access. The highway consultants representing the applicants have made a number of assumptions about traffic movements, walking, cycling, bus use, etc. Put the numbers into a computer, ran the computer model to come up with figures which they say show the development can go ahead with the highway solutions proposed without causing any significant additional congestion on Skellingthorpe Road, Birchwood Avenue and the wider highways network. I'm not a highways expert. I'm looking at it from a practical and common sense point of view. I cannot believe you can develop 3,200 houses, 50 acres of commercial development, a new football stadium, with all the associated construction traffic, using the access points proposed without causing significant congestion and misery to those already living on Skellingthorpe Road, Birchwood Avenue and the wider area. I believe the applicants have costed the new junction over the railway line onto Tritton Road at approximately £17 million and a future additional access over the railway line onto Beaver Street at another £15 million. Instead of building 2 access points over the railway line, would it not be better to delete one of those and use the money saved to build a direct link onto the A46? This would open up more land for development, leisure use and open space, divert traffic away from the already congested Skellingthorpe Road and Birchwood Avenue, reduce air pollution in those existing residential areas, and allow Decoy Farm to close off their unsafe access onto the Skellingthorpe roundabout. In summary, my land is included in the Western Growth Corridor allocation in the local plan. It is available for development. I'm willing to work with the developers to bring forward a viable solution to the highways issues on this site. I can see the development has potential to bring great benefit to the community, but I believe more time must be given to fully explore the best access points for this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. I now call Fen Kipley to come forward. Same timing system. The lighting will start when you're ready to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. As a local advocate for those whose opinions and crucial knowledge have not been heard, and as a critical friend, I offer some informed observations in relation to the Western Growth Corridor proposals. In 2017, the development team stated, "We will involve communities in the planning, governance and ownership of the scheme." Apparently, community involvement meant A5 leaflets in tiny white font printed on a black background only distributed to 6,000 properties, hundreds of jargon-laden planning documents only available online. All development team press releases were reproduced in the media as if the proposals were irrefutably a welcome asset to the city. To be fair, there were a series of public engagement events, despite the times and the places being restrictive to many of us, particularly those in work, carers, teenagers, families with young children, folks with mobility, hearing, visual, literacy and language barriers. I'm also sorry to report that the council and private consultancy staff often outnumbered the public present, whom when offering their opinions were frequently interrupted with a "ah, yes, but." It didn't look like community involvement. it seemed to be an exercise in providing justification for a decision already made. The Local Government Association publishes a vast range of guidance on effective community engagement. It says, community engagement helps local government improve the efficiency, legitimacy and transparency of their decision-making. By encouraging participation, they can make informed decisions by engaging with, carefully mapping out the needs of and opinions of the local communities on issues that matter to them. This can increase trust in local councils to make better public decisions. In relation to the planning application, there remain serious concerns about the lack of and a thorough, up-to-date environmental impact assessment, especially relating to local heritage, geographical, ecological and archaeological aspects. These have not been fully addressed in the amended 2019 application. More recently, UK planning and environmental law has substantially changed. Findings by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and COP26 have drilled home to all of us the importance of how we need to adapt and mitigate for worsening climate effects, locally and globally. The current planning proposal is no longer future-proof. As sea levels rise elsewhere and weather conditions increase, it will severely impact upon food distribution and its availability here in Lincoln. In our local neighbourhoods, there is already genuine food and fuel poverty. Heat or eat is a daily decision for many. This will worsen as energy prices soar. Even working families are now reliant on city food banks. COVID-19 has affected how we use and value our local green spaces. Hartsholme and Booton Park couldn't cope with the increased demand. So many more people discovered the fantastic walks, the wildlife and the views within the proposed planning site. This land will become more crucial, not only as a vital green lung, a safe haven for wildlife, a washland, a place for recreation and for growing food locally. But key to the site is developing innovative conservation environmental skills for young people. Job creation is much needed, especially among those not academically inclined. There are greater training and employment opportunities in adapting, retrofitting, creating resilient, energy-efficient, accessible homes within the current housing stock. This includes brownfield land and empty spaces above our shops. By improving the overall health and well-being of our existing neighbourhoods and in providing unique, affordable homes right in the heart of the city, everyone benefits. I know and respect that many of you believe in helping those less fortunate and truly understand that our young people and your grandchildren will face within the next 30 years. This plan needs to be changed to take account of climate science. A more robust, open and fairer consultation needs to be taken across the whole of the city, including surrounding villages, so everyone's voice is heard. We can no longer put profit and privilege over people and the local environment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now call on Councillor Bean. Come forward to the microphone, please, as ward advocate. Same timing system applies to you, Councillor Bean. Green light will come on when you're ready to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight I'm here personally to object to the proposed Western Growth Corridor development. I'm also here to object on behalf of the people of Hartsholme. I've been aware of this piece of land all my life. I used to play on it as a young boy. I grew up on Hartsholme Estate. Our family moved there in 1963. Hartsholme today is very different to how it Hartsholme today is very different to how it was back then. Over recent decades, the traffic congestion on Skellingthorpe and Donington Road has become a nightmare for local residents. Whether you live or work in the area, which I do, it's not unusual to be sat in traffic for 20, 30 minutes or even longer. Changes to the road infrastructure is difficult to address because we have two sets of train barriers that constantly hold up the flow of traffic. Without dropping or raising the track, we are stuck with this problem for the foreseeable future. So when the Western Growth Corridor project was revived a few years ago, I thought if the design was right, there was a good chance we could use the site to ease the traffic congestion for the people of Hartsholme and Birchwood. So I got involved and fed some of my ideas into the many debates and consultations that we've had over many years, hoping we could create a road infrastructure plan that could quickly get people into the city centre and alleviate the bottlenecks on Skellingthorpe and Doddington Road. I even wrote a traffic report back in January 2018 that had lots of ideas on how we could address congestion throughout the city. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way, and the final proposal, this application, falls well short of helping the situation on those roads. In fact, I believe this application will make congestion worse. Because there is no upfront funding for this development, this project could take over 20 years to complete. That is 20 years of disruption and added congestion. This will mean that there will be no emphasis on completing the road infrastructure, which is crucial to getting traffic congestion relief in our communities. Adding the confusion of when the two road bridges will get permission and funding, and you can see why people are sceptical of this application. As local councillor for Hartsholme, I have spoken to hundreds, if not thousands, of people over many years about the Western Growth Corridor. Many of them will be sat in this room tonight. I would say 95% of the people I talked to were against building on this site. Flooding was also a massive issue, along with wildlife concerns and loss of green spaces. I went out last week and this week talking to those homeowners who live closest to the proposed development to see if they had a change of heart. If anything, they are more determined that this application is rejected. The size of the petition also shows that this project has not convinced local people that it is the right project for this area. As local councillors, we have a duty to listen to our constituents. I ask you to think about that before you make your decisions tonight. I just want to finish by saying that I do understand the need for more housing, and the leisure facilities would be a welcome addition for the City of Lincoln. But on the whole, and in my opinion, the project has more negatives than positives. So it's back to the drawing board for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bean. Call Kate Ellis to come forward. Timing will start as soon as you're ready to speak. Kate, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kate Ellis, the Major Development Director at City of Lincoln Council. I'm responsible for leading the delivery of the Council's priorities around addressing climate change and inclusive economic growth. This involves shaping visions, developing strategies, and turning policy into deliverable outcomes that make Lincoln an even better place. On this scheme, I lead the Council's separate land-owning team acting as developer. Now, Lincoln is my home. I've lived in this beautiful city for over 25 years, and for the last 20 years, I've lived on Doddington Road as a moorland resident, raising a family and travelling most days into the city centre past this site. It matters to me what we do in Lincoln. As a city, we have a well-recognised and evidenced need now and in the future for more housing of all types and tenure, for more locations for businesses, for more and better paid jobs, for better leisure provision, for improved highway infrastructure for all forms of movement, with the benefits of a central rail station aren't negated by increasing travel congestion, unreliability and frustration. The Council has a duty to not only plan for how that need is met, but also to facilitate, enable and deliver against that need. Therefore, the Council has for several decades had the Western Growth Corridor in both its strategic policy documents and also in its corporate delivery plans, such as Vision 2020. This is not a site for uninspiring tokenistic development where units are crammed into a sea of tarmac to maximise profit. It is a complex and challenging site, and our master plan shows the wonderful existing hedgerows and trees shaping where development would go, where wetlands and rich ecology are enhanced, and where sustainability in every sense of the word dominates to create a flourishing, connected and integrated community. The principle of development on this site has already been agreed historically and reaffirmed following a robust and comprehensive review as part of establishing the current local plan. This included independent evidence of need, several rounds of public consultation and a public examination, which I was representing the council as landowner at. So whilst there remains some strong and emotive views and concerns about building on this site, as there are on other sites allocated in the plan, it's already been agreed that development will happen here. It was also accepted that this would mean the development would start with a first phase of around 500 homes, which we've reduced to 300, access from Skellingthorpe Road, accepting the impact on existing traffic issues until the next phase of development was in place. It's therefore not a question of if or should, or even a question of how much, but a question of whether what is proposed appropriately delivers national and local planning policy requirements. We have literally, as an applicant team, spent thousands of hours with experts reading reports and analysis, listening, hearing and understanding valid concerns and issues, working to identify solutions, successfully securing funding from Homes England to help open up the site for housing delivery, to ensure it can be the best it can, because that's what Lincoln deserves. We've negotiated with national house builders and stood firm when proposals have not been good enough, when profit has driven choices. For us, quality of design, the value of the environment, building communities and quality homes for people in our city drives our choices, not profit. So it's no accident that our joint applicant is a local developer and construction group. We've spent the vast majority of the past 4 years trying to agree with the Highway Authority a deliverable highways access plan. We've brought in additional consultants, we've tested, we've reviewed, we've changed, we've modelled, we've problem solved, and we've reviewed and tested because we were and remain as committed as possible to get the best workable solution we can. What we can't do, and what actually, frankly, no one can do, is deliver this overnight and without temporary disruption. We can't put £50 million worth of infrastructure from day one and not have any houses. What we can do is deliver a policy-compliant, exemplar, sustainable new community for our city. So I'm actually particularly proud to be advocating this scheme to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Call Harry Flexman to come forward now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Harry. Same timing for you when you're ready.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Harry Flexman, and I'm an Associate Transport Planner at Connect Consultants, which is a specialist firm of transport planning and highway design consultants. I hold a master's degree in physics and I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation. I have more than 14 years' experience in highway engineering, traffic engineering and transport planning. Now, Connect were brought in to work with the City of Lincoln Council and Lindum on the Western Growth Corridor in 2018 in order to review the transport approach at the time and whether changes to that approach would better balance the needs of both the development and the transport network. We've had multiple meetings and correspondence with Lincolnshire County Council Highways Department and National Highways, who look after the A46, and numerous technical reports have been submitted to both highway authorities during our lengthy discussions. Some changes we've made are previous traffic modelling assumed a direct route for all vehicles through the site and predicted that a lot of non-development traffic would drive through the site. But the Lincoln Transport Strategy was brought in, which shifted focus away from just providing more traffic capacity, but towards sustainable transport measures like bus, cycle and walking. Encouraged by this, we changed the site layout so the main connection between Skellingthorpe Road, Tritton Road and Beaver Street is for bus priority. with the vehicular route being for access in and out, but also to act as a relief valve if needed. At the Skellingthorpe Road access, we showed that either a roundabout or traffic lights could be suitable. Both provide traffic capacity and assist pedestrians and cycles via crossings. We presented both options to the county, who had a very strong preference for traffic lights, and that was the determining factor. And we've integrated bus priority on the approach from Birchwood Avenue, and basically the bus gets a head start when the light turns green. The traffic effect of the full scheme has been tested using the county's own strategic traffic model, and to assess the early phases of the development, a new set of traffic surveys were done. This was before COVID, and obviously not during school holidays or unusual conditions. And from this, I've watched thousands of hours of CCTV footage of roads, junctions, queues, slow-moving vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and free flow. And although there are obvious delays along Skellingthorpe Road, we shouldn't taint our opinion of the occasions that there may be abnormally high levels of queuing. Using robust industry-standard methods, we have calculated 139 traffic movements exiting the Phase 1A development during the morning peak hour. 11 travelled northwest to the A46, 47 travelled southwest along Birchwood Avenue, and 81 east along Skellingthorpe Road. And some existing traffic will consider a different route because water finds its own levels. To help this route choice and mitigate the 81 vehicles, Phase 1A includes signalisation of a junction, lane widenings, yellow box markings, rephasing of traffic lights and other related improvements as listed in the committee report to increase capacity on Doddington Road. These add upwards of 100 vehicles worth of capacity, which more than mitigates the 81 traffic movements in the morning peak hour. In addition to the Phase 1A traffic being mitigated, there are multiple long-term residual benefits, not only to traffic management, but bus priority and new cycle and pedestrian crossings. On this basis, Phase 1A is well conceived for the short, mid and long term. It's an existing problem on Skellingthorpe Road which cannot be solved without the bridge and connections through the site, otherwise it would have been done by now. And without this development, the issues will only get worse, because if the development doesn't happen, the houses will need to be built elsewhere, which will simply add to the traffic without providing suitable mitigation. The transport elements of the application have been independently assessed on behalf of the Planning Authority by consultants BSP. It's clear that BSP have read all the information as they've responded in detail about every element and agree with our assessment methodology, findings, mitigation and conclusions. National Highways also agree with our assessment and welcome the benefits that the A46 improvements will deliver, including the pedestrian and cycle crossings. And there are two. I think one person mentioned there was one earlier. The county is supportive of the full development as they know it will provide significant benefits over the long term. In summary, this proposal has been subject to a very rigorous and lengthy assessment and review. Every step of the process has been followed to industry standards. There are no short-term significant detriments and huge mid to long-term benefits, particularly when measured against the existing situation and the unsavoury possibility of the houses being provided elsewhere, with the city having to deal with all the traffic without the bridges and connections through the site. I hope this provides the committee with confidence that traffic and transport effects have been fully investigated and that the right measures are being delivered as part of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flexman. Could I call Mike Smith to come forward, please?
Good evening. My name is Mike Smith. I'm an Associate Director at ACOM, a global infrastructure consultancy, and I'm going to talk to you tonight about flood risk. We've worked with City of Lincoln Council and Lindham for a number of years in developing the proposals for Western Growth Corridor. By background, I'm a chartered civil engineer with a specialism in flood risk and sustainable drainage systems. I've also worked on many large-scale mixed-use developments across the Midlands and the north of England. Firstly, I'd like to talk to you about the risk of flooding to the site as it stands today. The site benefits from existing flood defences in the form of raised embankments along 3 separate watercourses that are adjacent to the site. These defences are maintained by the Environment Agency and will protect the site from flooding due to extreme river levels up to and including a 1 in 100-year event. There are also watercourses to the north of the site that are managed by Upper Witham IDB, with water levels controlled by downstream pumping stations. The IDB's pumping stations are capable of preventing any flooding within the site from these watercourses for rainfall events up to and including a 1 in 100 year event, including the impacts of future climate change. In the worst case scenario, if the IDB's pumps were to fail, and this coincided with a 1 in 100 year event, an area to the north of the site would be at risk of flooding. However, no development is proposed for this part of the site. I can also confirm that the development is not situated in a functional floodplain. The Environment Agency historically objected to a previous much larger version of the scheme in 2006 on the grounds of flood risk. As a result, a technical working group was formed with members from the EA, the IDB and the County Council as lead local flood authority. The purpose of the technical working group was to determine the safe and sustainable extent of development that could be delivered within the site. Flood modelling work undertaken on behalf of the technical working group using the EA's approved flood model determined that 2 areas of land raising could be safely undertaken in the southern part of the site, so that even if existing flood defences were to fail, the proposed development would be above floodwater levels and there would be no negative impacts on surrounding areas. Following this flood modelling work, the site allocation was retained in the 2017 local plan, with the inspector concluding that the risks to both new and existing development could be adequately mitigated as part of the final design. Further iterations of the EA's flood model were run to refine the extent of development shown on the master plan, including the addition of 2 wetland areas to the north of the site, where ground levels will be lowered, providing around 180 million litres of extra flood storage, more than 5 times the volume of Hartsholme Lake. Also, as the proposed properties would sit above potential extreme flood levels, the land would be classified by the EA as not being in a flood zone, meeting the requirements of the Association of British Insurers so that residents would not pay higher rates for home insurance due to flood risk. I'm aware that small areas of standing water have been observed in some of the farmers' fields following heavy or prolonged periods of rain. This is due to poor drainage in these areas and is completely normal for agricultural land. The proposals for the development will offer improved drainage across the site. Developed with the technical working group, the proposed drainage strategy will include sustainable drainage systems, allowing water to be safely stored during extreme rainfall events. The surface water drainage proposals have been modelled using the IDB's own hydraulic model to confirm that the existing infrastructure will have sufficient capacity to take flows from the development without having any negative impacts elsewhere. Funding will also be provided for the upgrade of the IDB's existing pumping stations, improving their resilience and benefiting not just Western Growth Corridor, but also the existing homes currently served by the IDB's infrastructure. Indeed, the local plan inspector concluded that upgrading existing pumps and improved management practices would reduce rather than increase the likelihood of localised flooding. Following completion of the detailed modelling work and analysis of all potential sources of flood risk to the local area, culminating in the submission of the flood risk assessment as part of the planning application, the EA has now raised no objections to the development. Whilst we note that the IDB has maintained its statutory and historic objection to the development, they have and continue to work closely with us to help shape the proposals for the site. We are continuing to regularly liaise with all members of the technical working group to keep them updated on the scheme and to agree the next steps required to bring the development forward in a safe and sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Could Mark Foster come forward, please? When you're ready, Mark, you have 5 minutes to address committee. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mark Foster. I'm the Land and Planning Director with Lindham and the Joint Applicants Planning Lead for the scheme. With a planning application of this scale, it's no surprise that a lot of comment and some speculation has been put forward. I'm therefore very grateful for the opportunity to provide you with some facts, detail and evidence that support this huge investment into the city, with a particular focus on why the project will start at Skellingthorpe Road. As a starting point, you've already heard that this site has been allocated within the local plan since 2017. Going even further back, the site has in fact been allocated since the 90s, and whilst the amount of development has been significantly scaled back and the transport strategy altered at various stages, one of the main constants has been that the first phase of development would be accessed from Skellingthorpe Road. This has always been the case on economic grounds, because irrespective of where the other access points are in relation to the site, they all involve substantial bridge and road structures of significant upfront cost, which in themselves have been a key factor in preventing this investment into the city coming forward. As part of the examination process associated with the local plan in 2017, the proposed allocation was considered in detail. This included the highway impact of the scheme, and in allocating the site, the inspector's report concluded that, and I quote, Lincolnshire County Council confirm that recent work with site promoters has shown that access could be taken from Skellingthorpe Road without the residual cumulative impacts becoming severe. Indeed, the inspector's report notes, when assessing the prospect of the site being delivered, that a planning application for Phase 1, and I quote again, would be relatively infrastructure light. This can only be the case if the first phase is from Skellingthorpe Road, and this infrastructure light first phase was critical to evidencing deliverability of development on the site in the short term, a central reason for its allocation, the inspector being convinced that the proposals could feasibly be delivered and be delivered quickly. This highlights the inextricable link between phasing and deliverability, and we provided detailed evidence on this in our application. Put simply, to start at the Tritton Road end would cost around 5 times more, at approximately £50 million, than starting at the Skellingthorpe Road end, which would cost around £10 million. The difference is stark, but it is not just the headline costs which render this unfeasible. Starting at Skellingthorpe Road provides much needed initial revenue to enable finance to be secured against the remainder of the site, which would fund the delivery of the Spine Road and the Tritton Road Bridge. With no revenue being created first, the sheer size of the cost, the complexity and risk of starting at the Tritton Road end would make this virtually impossible to fund in isolation. Some revenue and value needs to be created first to secure funding against, and this is typical of how developments of this nature are funded, enabling infrastructure to be brought forward. The overall deliverability of the scheme has been assessed independently by the planning authority's appointed consultants, Aspinall Verdi. One of the key questions the planners asked the consultants related to the likelihood of the development not continuing past the first 300. We have always been very clear that it would make no sense to stop after the first 300 and not deliver the critical pieces of infrastructure. They are key to the success of the scheme, opening up the majority of the land and enabling a return on our investment. Aspinall Verdi confirmed this in their independent report, stating that, and I quote, "It is very unlikely they could walk away after Phase 1A. They continue, and I quote again, there should be little risk that the developers wouldn't continue the development and they would have to continue past Phase 2 to secure the return on their investment from the scheme." So, whilst we have always been clear it would make no sense to stop after the first 300, this has now been independently verified by expert viability consultants. This scheme is commercially viable. Aside from the financial and wider development issues of not continuing, the applicants have other equally compelling reasons to continue the development beyond the first phase. Kate has already outlined some of these, and Paul, my colleague, will talk about this more next. I would just say that our reputation is at stake here, and the success of the scheme in its totality is of utmost importance to us all. Personally, I am Lincoln born and bred, and it matters to me what we do here. Professionally, I've been in development now for over 20 years and have never seen such a unique opportunity to deliver such a significant investment into Lincoln, all as part of the delivery of a truly sustainable urban extension being so close to the heart of the city. We therefore hope that members resolve to grant the application this evening to enable us to realise this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Could Paul McSorley come forward, please? I think you're familiar with the timing now, Mr. Sorley.
Good evening. My name is Paul McSorley. My parents moved to Lincoln when I was 5 years old. My first legal pint was in the Strugglers, and my first house was on Burton Road. Like Kate and the rest of the team, I care immensely about our wonderful city. I joined Lindham Construction as a year-out trainee surveyor in 1987. Over the next 30 years, leading up to the examination in public, we built and invested in innumerable local projects, including much of Brayford North, Brayford East, Sir Brown Barracks. I was Deputy Chairman in 2016, and deciding whether to buy a farm within the Lincoln Bypass and become a delivery partner on the Western Growth Corridor was definitely the biggest decision the Lindham Group had made. As a successful local building contractor, consistently in the top 100 companies to work for, our reputation is everything. Coupled with the scale of the development, the commercial risks and the importance to the city, it would have been very easy to step back. However, the decision was taken by the senior management team unanimously that this was something that needed to come forward and we should be involved with if we could be. This was not a decision based on commercial return. Indeed, we had made key land available to the city's previous partners on an open book, non-ransom valuation basis to try to help delivery. So why? Our head office is less than 2 miles from the site. We have 386 employees living in the LN1 to LN6 area. The dozens of red Lindham vans you see every day need to get in, out and around the city for us to effectively carry out the construction activities for our local clients. If the Western Growth Corridor does not happen, if we do not get a bridge over the railway line, then things will get worse. Much worse, especially if the houses desperately needed have to be built elsewhere, surrounding the city and putting added pressure on the same failing infrastructure. When Kate and I sat with the inspector at the examination in public, together with the County Council, the Environment Agency and other stakeholders, we were clear this was the right thing to do. And he saw what we did, which was that we could create the community that we all believed in if we could phase the project as envisaged and proposed, starting at Skellingthorpe Road. He also understood why 2 local organisations with the city's interests at heart could make the project work when there had been so many false starts. However, there could be no compromises, no shortcuts, a fully compliant application where we could contribute to the creation of a truly sustainable urban extension. Lindham's success is intrinsically linked with the vitality and prosperity of the city with which we share our name. Thousands of hours spent with consultants where we asked for honest answers, not what we wanted to hear, the positive technical and financial support of Homes England, Network Rail's clear understanding as to the mutual benefit of the proposals. They have all reinforced our belief that this is the right development, one which is needed without further delay. There are no alternatives here, and things are getting worse. This proposal cannot solve all the city's existing issues, but it can make an incredibly positive contribution. This is before you consider the huge benefits and investments the scheme will deliver. Some £750 million at today's figures. Thousands of jobs and affordable homes, both social and market housing, a new primary school, neighbourhood centre, acres and acres of natural habitat, retained, enhanced and made more accessible. An incredible opportunity. Finally, we have not moved the goalposts here. Not only is this the right development and the right proposal, it is a comprehensive, fully compliant application done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McSorley. That completes our speakers. And can I just thank all the speakers for their contributions and for staying within the time constraints. Thank you. We reach that point of proceedings where before we open the meeting up to full planning committee, we're going to take a short 20-minute break now. And could I ask members and officers to access the mezzanine floor via the stairs to the rear of the hall, and we'll return here in approximately 20 minutes to recommence. Members of the public, if you could access the toilet facilities adjacent at the ground floor here, and there is the tower bar through there if you require refreshments from there. So 20-minute break. It's about 21 minutes past, so I think that would be about 17 minutes to 8. We return and reconvene. Thank you. If members of committee could now take their seats, please, and if the public could take theirs too. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We continue with proceedings, where we open it up to members of the Planning Committee, the extended Planning Committee, to ask questions and for officers to respond to those questions or comments. What we're going to do, because we've got such a large committee sitting this evening, is to take 5 questions at a time and then ask planning officers to respond to those questions so that questions don't get lost in the process. So if you'll go along with that, please, that would be extremely helpful. Also, if you could make yourself clearly known if you want to speak. It's a bit difficult to see everybody from here, but everybody will have the opportunity to speak. And also, if you are called to speak, if I call you from the chair to speak, if you could just raise your microphone up so that the technician can make it live so there's no lag in speaking. I think that will speed procedures up. So here we are then, open it up to committee to ask any questions or comments. Councillor Metcalfe.
The decision in front of Council tonight is easily the biggest, the most challenging I've certainly known in all of my 40 years on the Council. We have been reminded tonight that the development is a major sustainable urban extension to Lincoln that, of course, forms, as we've also heard, a pretty important foundation stone to our adopted local plan. That local plan, supported as it is by the City Council, the County Council, our 2 District Council neighbours for many years, and of course most recently approved by the government-appointed planning inspector at the examination in public of the plan back in 2016. And it is, of course, as we've been reminded tonight, designed to meet the anticipated growth in population, the need for homes and the need for jobs. And, of course, importantly, the necessary physical infrastructure to enable those things to be delivered in a sustainable way. Having said all that, Chair, of course, notwithstanding those long-term strategic benefits, as a planning authority, like any other local planning authority, either with or without an interest in the application, we are bound in law, as we all know, to examine rigorously and dispassionately the merits of this particular application. And obviously, most especially, those things that may have an adverse impact on existing local residents. Now, we all know, don't we, that there has been a very long-standing concern over the impact of the additional traffic which will be generated by this development. I can assure objectors that I certainly have read all of the 731 pages of tonight's agenda, 500 pages of which, of course, contain the letters of objection, as you know. And I recognise that those views expressed by local residents and others are strongly and sincerely held, and obviously do need to be weighed in the balance by all of us in the decision that we'll be making tonight. And so, Chair, all the more reason, I guess, for testing to the limit the evidence that has been available made available to us by planning officers about the traffic impact of the development. And so, Chair, to come specifically then to my questions through you, I'd like to ask Mr. Manning, we are told that the first 300 houses proposed on the Western Growth Corridor site will generate around, it's estimated, 81 additional vehicles on the already very congested eastbound carriageway of Skellingthorpe Road at peak morning rush hour. That's assuming, of course, that traffic emerging from the new development are allowed to turn left onto Skellingthorpe Road at the new signalised junction, and I'll come to that point in a moment. We're also told that the applicants propose mitigations by way of junction improvements at other locations in the area that will reduce traffic travelling east on Skellingthorpe Road at peak times by 100 vehicles. So I just want to be absolutely clear, if Mr. Manning and his colleagues could assure me that I'm right in assuming that, if my arithmetic is correct, that there is therefore a net reduction resulting from these mitigations of some 19 vehicles on Skellingthorpe Road at peak rush hour. So perhaps Mr. Manning could confirm if I've understood that correctly. Now, I know that the Highways Authority have expressed doubt about whether all of that reduction is achievable by the applicant's proposed mitigations, but Chair, I would like to add a supplementary to that question for Mr. Manning and his colleagues. Has the Highway Authority, in making the objection that it has made, provided any modelling or evidence to support that view, or is it just what it is, an opinion that we may not get the whole of the 100 vehicle reduction by way of the mitigations? The second thing is that I know that it has been discussed about the possibility of banning a left-hand turn for those vehicles emerging out of a new development on Western Growth Corridor, banning a left-hand turn coming out onto the eastbound carriageway of Skellingthorpe Road. I just wonder whether I could ask Mr. Manning whether this is a condition that could be imposed on the applicants, and indeed whether it might offer some further mitigation in worsening the current congestion that we see on Skellingthorpe Road. And fourthly, Chair, after Phase 1, as we know from what we've been told tonight, about subsequent phases of the development as proposed, some new road infrastructure, obviously through the new development, it is claimed, will bring some significant relief to the well-known hold-ups because of the railway crossing on Skellingthorpe Road, through the new two connections that there will be on that new road through the development to the city centre. We're also invited to believe that when that is underway, that what we will see is some so-called modal shift. So I really want to know whether that modal shift, involving, as it will do, one would hope, walking, cycling, bus travel and so on, what measures and conditions are going to be proposed or are proposed by the local planning authority to try and make sure that those measures are put in place. And just finally, Chair, to crave your indulgence just for a moment longer, we have heard allegations, have we not, that the applicants, if given consent, might, for whatever reason, after building the first 300 homes, simply walk away from the development, and none of the longer-term benefits of the new proposed infrastructure would then be realised. I just wonder, for those lay people among us, if Mr. Manning could just go over briefly what is set out in page 43 of the covering report tonight, in simple lay person's terms, exactly what the advice from the Aspinall Verdi consultants was that appears to contradict the proposition that there would be any incentive for the applicants to walk away after the first 300 properties were built. Those are my questions, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. I'll bring in Councillor Spratt, please.
I think Rick and I, Councillor Metcalfe and I, were the only two councillors on this council back in the late 80s, certainly who was present tonight, when this first came forward in a form. And the form has certainly developed since then to a considerable degree. There are some things that commend themselves out of this. The council will get more council tax money from residents when they bought houses. It'll provide growth and jobs to the local economy. Bus routes and cycle routes, walking routes, all very good, and I'll come to those in a moment. Extra housing, well, we know that we need extra housing somewhere, and there has been quite a bit of mitigation in the report, which I accept, on historical protection, wildlife and flora protection. So those are some of the good things. Like Councillor Metcalfe, I know 800 pages is a hell of a lot to go through, and I've waded through it, and what a nightmare. But I did, and I do recognise, as Councillor Metcalfe also said, there are a considerable number of objections. Well, if you hadn't been involved in any of this, you could look at it and think, oh my goodness, what an absolutely marvellous development this is, almost perfect in every way. And of course, realistically, that's not the case. And I want to address some of the issues I've got with this planning application. First of all, the traffic situation. Quite frankly, I think that the traffic situation in Lincoln, as everybody accepts, is horrendous. And putting this number of houses there, even over 20 to 23 years, there's going to be a vastly greater number of cars on the road. Lincoln's swamped at the moment with cars, and it's going to get worse. So that's the first thing I want to comment on. Cycle paths, footpaths and bus routes. The thing is about this report, it talks about those things positively, and I ain't got a problem with any of those three things. But what I've noticed from planners on other applications as well, there is a failure to accept that the car is a reality. People have cars, people use them because they're easy, they're convenient, more convenient, probably cheaper than using local transport, certainly with local transport providers in Lincoln. And interestingly, in the report, I haven't got a page reference, but I'd like Mr. Manning to address it, that each of the houses that have got parking spaces, they're going to be allocated 1.5 car parking spaces. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Chairman, but the residents I represent in Witham Ward, a number of them, and I know we're on about this particular development, have got 2, possibly 3 cars per house. And they have to park on the roads because they can't get them in the spaces. And, you know, by and large, those driveways and such like were rather bigger in the old days. So I'm not happy about that. The police also say, very persuasively, of course, that general car parks, where you put 8 to 9 car parks in a lot, almost in a lot as it were, you know, it's like almost begging people to go and burgle cars and such like. So I'm pleased that the police have addressed that. Deliverability. It's going to take 22 years. I'll probably be dead by then. I'm going to be 83 in 22 years. And I am not persuaded by the speakers tonight who've said that this will continue to fruition, to conclusion. I genuinely do not believe when we get the first tranche of houses up that any developer, not just the developer at the moment, will stick to this as a long-term proposition. I just cannot realistically see it, simply because of the amount of infrastructure spending that is needed. And as for the bridge, and as for the social housing, let's just watch this space. Again, I'm not convinced. The final bit, of course, what I want to mention, and I'm sure other colleagues will speak on other things, is the fact that it's a floodplain. And we know that there are a number of areas in Lincoln where there are floodplains. And we know there are areas in Lincoln that have been flooded. In 2007-8, the East End of Lincoln was pretty much totally flooded. Certainly right off at the Monks Road area and such like. And I know that Witham Ward in about 2001, 2002-3, we had major flooding down there. And as for this argument, which I find rather patronising, Mr. Chairman, we've got global warming. Most reasonable people accept that we've got global warming. But when all these houses go up and there's flooding, and constituents say to the officers, help, and they say, ah yes, this is but once in 100 years, this flooding, and the residents turn round and say, yes, it was last night. Just think about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Councillor Spratt. I think at that stage, I think we've probably hit the 5-question threshold and perhaps gone beyond it. To inform members, I think it would be appropriate for planning officers to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll endeavour to cover those points already raised. First of all, in relation to the query raised by Councillor Metcalfe on the first 300 dwellings in relation to the additional vehicle movements onto Skellingthorpe Road and his assessment of the net reduction of 19, therefore, onto Skellingthorpe Road. That's not entirely the case. It's more an issue that it creates that additional capacity, not specifically related to Skellingthorpe Road. It creates that reduction that creates the additional capacity that enables road users the choice to take alternative routes, as opposed to a specific and direct net reduction of 19 onto Skellingthorpe Road. In terms of whether or not the Highway Authority as statutory consultee provided any contrary modelling or evidence to substantiate their objection, the answer to that is no. They haven't produced any, certainly not that we've seen as Local Planning Authority, specific modelling evidence or work to that effect. And indeed, that was part of the rationale behind us seeking that third-party advice from BSP as specialist highway consultants. In relation to the left-hand turn onto Skellingthorpe Road and whether or not that is a possible condition that could be added to any permission this evening, first of all, that could be a legitimate condition should members seek to add it on there. What I would say on that is to be mindful that, as we highlight in your training each year, that planning conditions must meet those requisite tests. And one of those tests is to ensure that it would be necessary. On the evidence that we have and the advice that we've been given from our consultants suggests that is not necessary. Whether or not it may be preferable is a different question. It's not what's proposed, it's not what's been negotiated and discussed with the Highway Authority, and the advice that we've had is that it's not necessary. So my advice would be that whilst members are able, of course, to add in additional conditions, that I would query whether it would meet those essential tests. In terms of securing the delivery of potential modal shift in relation to transportation, condition 37 specifically addresses some of that. I would also say that it's inherent with the application. That's been very much part of the evolution of this scheme, certainly in terms of the principal link through the site. And that was actually altered following some pretty in-depth workshop sessions that we had with the applicant side and with the Highway Authority present to create a route which prioritised the bus through it. So that's an inherent part of what's proposed this evening and would form part of that ultimately that planning permission. And then beyond that, in terms of additional measures and things that would be secured, partly through the travel planning process, but fundamentally through the number of what inevitably would be a number of reserved matters applications that would come forward with that detail on a phase-by-phase basis if permission is granted as outlined this evening. On your final point, Councillor Metcalfe, in relation to the issue of that first phase 1A of 300 dwellings, and the concern, as you heard in the presentation from us and was covered by one or two of the speakers this evening, the issue of whether or not the applicants could and may and how likely are they to walk away after those first 300 dwellings are built, particularly in the context of the fact that that infrastructure would not be provided with those dwellings. That was a key question for us that we needed answering. The applicants told us that they were absolutely committed to delivering it, but as planning authority, we have to ensure we validate that. We're not viability experts ourselves as a planning authority, we're planners, so we needed to go to an external third party, so we commissioned them to do that and give us that advice. Aspinall Verdi, they were consultants that were actually used to assess the whole plan viability of our Central Lincolnshire local plan. So they're aware of the area, they're aware of the locality, they're aware of Western Growth Corridor and all of the issues that surround it. And so that was a key question we posed to them, was how can we be assured as a local planning authority that they don't walk away after the first 300 dwellings, quite frankly. And the response they gave was they had a high level of confidence that they wouldn't walk away, primarily from a commercial viability point of view. All developments need to see a return, whether they are delivered by a local council, a private individual, a building firm. They all need to deliver a return, otherwise they simply aren't viable to do. And in the case of Western Growth Corridor for that first phase, because of the requirements to open up the site, the infrastructure costs and so on, you heard also about the cash flow implications from one of the speakers about how that infrastructure is funded. It essentially means that they are effectively committed to delivering beyond 300 because they cannot make the return on the investment for that 300. Essentially, if they were to walk away after that first 300 dwellings, there would be a significant financial loss for all concerned. So that gives us as a local planning authority that level of confidence because, as I say, the reality of the situation is that development needs to see a return. That gives us that level of confidence to be able to say that we can put these things in place. Moving on to Councillor Spratt's questions. In terms of the point raised about the number of spaces per dwelling, it's a fair point to raise, and I would agree that on the face of it, the term of 1.5 spaces per dwelling does seem somewhat farcical. You can't have half a car after all, so I understand that. This is a figure that's taken as an average for the entire development, and that's why you get the odd number. It's been done to industry standards, but what it means is that because this development over time will deliver the full range of accommodation types, large family homes, starter homes, potentially some apartment type properties in places, there will be a range of parking requirements needed for those dwellings, commensurate to those that are living in there. So some dwellings would see 2, maybe 3 spaces. There may be parts of the scheme which are car-free. That will pose its own design challenge for us as planners at reserved matter stages, because that's about making sure we design in and design out that parking provision. But it's done across the site. Whilst, yes, a number of people do have 2 cars. There are also a significant number of people that don't own a car or only have 1 car. So again, it's an industry standard that's taken. It's taken across the site as a whole, and that's how that number is derived. The final thing to pick up was in relation to the flood risk issue. Again, as you've heard from one of the speakers tonight, you've heard of a lot of technical information has been given to you tonight. You've got a lot of information in front of you. This area, to confirm, this area is not a functional floodplain. It's an area that's at risk of flooding. There is a key difference. This area would flood in the event that all of the flood defences failed. And that is the case with many other parts of certainly central Lincoln. So it doesn't function as a floodplain. It's not to say there aren't flood risk issues, because there are. There's a requirement for, as you've heard, the development platforms to be established to raise some of those properties up out of that flood zone. And the water that is seen on site regularly, year on year. I too am a resident of Lincoln, many years. So I'm fully familiar with it. I went to a school not too far away from here as well myself. So I'm very familiar with the site and know that you will, certainly at this time of year, see standing water. But again, as has been highlighted, that is a drainage issue, but that isn't a flood risk in itself issue. This scheme would seek to resolve that as the site's developed. You've heard about the measures that would go into the site, sustainable urban drainage principles, first and foremost, which again is what our colleagues at the Highway Authority, as lead local flood authority, would request and require. So that's been met. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Loughagan. Point to you, Councillor, so the technician can see you also. Thank you.
I want to reassure people who express some doubt about whether councillors would actually read the papers and take the issue seriously, that I've been on the council for a while in different roles, and I've never met a councillor of either persuasion who doesn't take the role seriously and doesn't prepare properly for meetings. So I wanted to reassure you about that. The second thing I wanted to say is to thank the officers and everybody else involved in planning this event, because it has been very helpful and is being very helpful. It's a duty of a planning committee member, that I am today, to come here with an open mind, which I did. I had some thoughts, having ploughed through all the documents, but did come with an open mind, and the way the meeting has been put together has been very helpful in terms of addressing some of the questions I had. The specific question I have for the officers is, I am aware that we have a duty to provide opportunities for houses to be built. What do you think the difference is between this development, which is jointly applied for by the City Council and a local firm, than other developments which might be outside of the City Council and applied for by firms that are not based in the city? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loughagan. Councillor Watt.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I say, first of all, what a pleasure it is to be back in this place where I cut my teeth as a politician, as a student so many years ago, saying things that weren't always popular with everybody, how things don't really change. It's also, this particular building, the centre of another project which was received with some scepticism at the time, but once people had got used to the railways, they realised how much they had changed their lives for the better. I have to say, returning to the point at hand, Chair, the Western Growth Corridor, when I first saw this application, I was a bit alarmed. We were going to build yet another car-centric, car-dependent suburb. But I've looked at this application, I have read the whole application, as Councillor Loughagan said, And also spoken with officers, and we've had briefings and so on and so forth. And I'm very confident that it will not be like that. And I think one of the most impressive parts of it in particular is the spine road. Now, humans, you may realise, are actually pretty lazy creatures on the whole. We will take whatever is the quickest and easiest route to go to work or school or to the shops. And if that is a car, then people will take the car. People will take the bus. If it's easier to take the bus or a tram, or if it's to cycle, that is the route that they will take. And having a spine road designed in this way, I think is very, very impressive and forward-looking and sets a good precedent for elsewhere. I won't discuss too much of the drainage issues because they have been covered, I think, more than adequately elsewhere. I think I am satisfied by that. I have noted that some people are concerned that this area will eventually come under the sea. But then, of course, if that happens, so will the place that we're standing now, so will Sincil Bank, and I think that's a bigger issue than we can deal with here. But one way we can deal with that is through modal shift, by changing the ways that we live. And I'm particularly impressed, as I say, that this will potentially reduce the traffic on Skellingthorpe Road, according to the modelling that I have seen, and provide a quicker route for people living there into the city. Do something to deal with that awful snarl that happens practically every day on Skellingthorpe Road. One thing I am concerned about, as I say, I do have some reservations. I think that I'm very surprised that any highways officers, modern highways officers, are recommending to what to my mind is a downgrade from a roundabout to a signal junction. Some people may know I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Stevenage, which is a town where you very rarely see any traffic lights, but also you don't see any traffic jams. Why? It's because it's not a utopia, it's because it's full of roundabouts. So I was quite surprised by that. But I have been assured that if it doesn't work, it's fixable. Likewise, I was also surprised that you would be able to drive a private car from one end to the other at all, and that the preference is actually just to have a really convoluted route. Again, this is a fixable problem. If it doesn't work, roads can be blocked off, traffic measures can be put into place. But as I say, the experts seem to be confident that it will work. The time that it's going to be built alarms me. I am 28 years old, and this is proposed to take 23 years. I sincerely hope it does not take most of my life again for this project, which I think is quite badly needed to be built, because we do need housing. And I do recall just a couple of months ago the planning committee, and I voted against it. The planning committee approved a plan to build yet another infill, a couple of flats squeezed in between a few buildings, because we need to squeeze every piece of land to house people. But this is much better plans. This is about decent living for people in the future. And I think that this is one of the reasons why it will probably have my vote this evening. I'll just have a couple of questions. However, cycle routes are mentioned. As I say, they're very integral to the plan. Are these going to be fully separated? Is that the intention? As all cycle lanes should be. If we're starting from scratch, we might as well take that opportunity. And is it also possible there's events that change over the next few years? We might have a change of government, for instance. The economy might change. Would that allow us to speed up the timetable so that this project can be built a little quicker than in 2.5 decades' time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. Bringing Councillor Strengle, who's behind you.
Thank you, Chairman. It would have been easy for me tonight to be ward advocate as a Birchwood councillor, but that would have excluded me from voting on this application, and therefore I chose to be continue to be a member of the committee. I'd also like to thank the officers for a very in-depth report. Took a lot of reading, but it was worth reading. To date, I've been inundated with emails from constituents regarding the application on various issues, including road congestion, flooding, loss of open space, and loss of wildlife habitat, to name just 2 or 3 or 4. I have responded ensuring that I did not fetter my discretion through predetermination. I just wanted to make that quite clear. When I first became a Birchwood councillor on the City Council in 1991, there was a potential housing development in what is now called the Western Growth Corridor, and it was called either the Swanpool Project or the Skewbridge Project, both being the same project. If my memory serves me well, at that time, the project was to deliver 5,000 properties on the site. It didn't materialise, and in 2006, the idea was brought back to develop 4,500 properties through the City of Lincoln Council, plus a business park on the western edge through North Kesteven District Council land. And that was to use Taylor Wimpey as it developed as the developer, because it didn't start off with Taylor Wimpey. They emerged, George Wimpey and Taylor Woodrow, to become Taylor Wimpey. And I remember sitting with Councillor Metcalfe in senior management team on a Monday morning in City Hall in 2007, and we looked at this on a large map with a lot of senior officers sitting around us. The plan at that time was to take a slip road from approximately midway of the bypass, and that's between the Skellingthorpe roundabout and the Carhome roundabout, as I call it. No mention was made of access or egress from Skellingthorpe Road at the Birchwood Avenue junction. And indeed, going back to the roundabout situation on Birchwood Avenue, in the mid-90s I advocated that we change it from a free-for-all T-junction to a traffic-lighted system. And I'm quite happy, if this is voted through, that it remains as a T-lighted junction. There were no issues from me at that time except for possibly the close proximity to my residence on the north side of Skellingthorpe Road. And that is the residence at Hampton Park, Forest Park, and what we call Stone Manor Park, which is off Burley Road. And of course it extends down into the Bootham area and the Hartsholme area, because another road was going to be taken off down near Hartsholme Drive. At that time, Chairman, the Environmental Agency was totally against the development, and I mean totally against the development, because I had many a word with them, due to the potential risk of flooding. But obviously they have changed their mind since then. This project also fell through due to the developer pulling out. But it was brought back more recently by the City of Lincoln Council using Lindham Construction as a developer to deliver the first of 3,200 properties. Having lived in the area for 35 years, I have witnessed the continuous pressure on our road infrastructure, and better traffic outlets are required in an area the size of a good-sized town. And by that I mean we are bounded by the bypass, Skellingthorpe Road both sides, Hartsholme Lake and Doddington Road. So basically it is an area of high density and high population. My problem with the development, Chairman, surrounds the issue of road infrastructure and the ensuing traffic congestion. Over the years, I've been banging on about improving the Skellingthorpe roundabout to what was known then as Highways England. Now it is National Highways. And Lincolnshire County Council Highways, of course, always informed me that it was outside of their area. And I think that's an important thing to note, Chairman, that of course National Highways owning the roundabout, which actually sits outside of the Lincoln City boundaries, it's in North Kesteven District Council, is different from the Highways Authority, which is Lincolnshire County Council. I appreciate, Chairman, that the improvements are linked to this development. When I say improvements, I'm talking about Skellingthorpe Roundabout. But in my view, they will not be enough to mitigate the excess traffic on Skellingthorpe Road due to this development. The build-up on this road, especially at peak times, is tremendous. Obviously, with the unfortunate COVID situation, it's not too bad at the moment, but prior to COVID, it was very difficult. If you went one way, you got snarled up at the roundabout. If you went the other way, you got snarled up by the trains. If you went down Birchwood Avenue onto Doddington Road, you said that the same problem at the opposite end. It was very difficult to get in and out when you needed to, especially if you were in a hurry. So these peak times for those living south and immediately north of Skellingthorpe Road are greatly impeded in their journeys. It matters not whether you travel west towards the roundabout, as I said, or east towards Tritton Road. There's tailbacks at both junctions. We talked about 81 cars. I listened to Becky Melhuish, who I have great respect for on the County Council, and she has reiterated the objection based on the problem with road infrastructure. We talked about 1.5 cars. I've been on the planning committee now for around about 25 years, maybe more. When we meet in City Hall, 1.5 is just an average, of course. But if there's 300 houses, and we're talking about just one, that's 300 cars. So I'm a bit bemused about this 81. And if it's 1.5, for example, obviously doing the maths, it's simple, you know, it's going to be 450, but it's going to be a lot of cars, let's put it that way. And these would gridlock Birchwood even further, given that the new residents would likely to wish to use the shopping centre at Birchwood, both surgeries in Birchwood, both pharmacies in Birchwood, perhaps schools in Birchwood, and I appreciate that in the planning application things are put forward to mitigate these, but they're not going to happen overnight. I'm not against the housing development per se, but to me the obvious answer, and this is my view, the obvious answer is to start from the Tritton Road end and the Beaver Street end and work inwards to the development. Because there are no residents down those ends at the moment anyway, it should not impact on the residents. I've been told that this is not an option because of cost. However, we're talking about £20 million bridges, and on page 5 it rightly states that there's going to be a bridge at Beaver Street and a bridge on Tritton Road. It's at the bottom of the page on page 5 if anybody wants to look. County Council estimate these bridges to be £20 million each. I'm concerned about Lindham's estimation of getting value for money. When you're talking about 300 houses, how much you're going to get per house and who's going to pay for the bridges. I have asked this question for quite a number of years. Who is going to pay for the bridges? So that is my first question. And my second question is, why could it not be started from Tritton Road or the Beaver Street end? And in fact, even work as a loop. So you could have a loop coming in from Tritton Road and coming back out at Beaver Street, so that people have access and egress in and out of the development. In conclusion, Chairman, and I would like an answer, by the way, to these two questions, I hope you've noted them, I feel that I cannot support this application based on the grounds that it will greatly impact on the current residents of Birchwood, Hartsholme and Bootham wards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strangle. Before I bring in Councillor Kerry and Fido, I'll ask officers to respond to the questions so far and comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, to the queries raised by Councillor Watt. In terms of the cycle routes, yes, we can confirm the intention is they would indeed be fully separated, segregated routes. Again, that is part of that level of detail as part of the reserve matters applications I've talked about previously that will be delivered. But yes, that is absolutely the plan for the cycle routes. Could it be delivered quicker? I suppose that's the million-pound question, really. It could be delivered quicker, potentially. Lots of things can change. Certainly in the world of planning, policy moves on, things change, funding streams appear, market conditions change. So at this moment in time, as you've seen with the phasing, it's proposed that it's likely to take that sort of time frame to be delivered. But a number of things could change that could expedite that somewhat over the coming years. So there is always that potential. I can't sit here and confirm that will happen. I don't have a crystal ball, unfortunately, but it is a possibility. Moving to Councillor Strangle's questions of who pays for the bridges. I suppose two things to say on that, really. The first is the issue of materiality in relation to the decision this evening, that the applicant's issue is how that is funded, ultimately. Whether or not that's a material consideration for you this evening is debatable. However, what I can say is that we are aware, as local planning authority, that there are discussions about funding from different places, discussions that have been held with Homes England in particular. So I can't confirm precisely and exactly how and when and where the money will come from. And I would advise that it's not necessarily relevant from a material planning consideration point of view for the decision this evening. Moving on to the Tritton Road access bridge and why that couldn't occur first. As you've heard from one of the speakers, from the applicant's perspective, there is the constraint that they have in terms of the cost of delivering that first and the differential between that and the Skellingthorpe Road access point. Also relating it back to the local plan and the fact that in the current adopted local plan, it was always built in that the opening up of the site would be from Skellingthorpe Road. That was part of the examination in public. The County Council's Highway Authority were part of that, didn't raise any objections to it. So there is a fundamental planning policy grounding in that. And finally on that, we are, as we always are, as the Planning Authority and yourselves as members of Planning Committee in this instance tonight, tasked with determining what's in front of you, and what's in front of you is a scheme that opens up and commences from the Skellingthorpe Road side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kerry.
Which Mr. Manning will doubtless realise is my way. A long time ago, regarding some fields not too far away, a decision was taken. A decision that would, in the midst of future time, cause much grief and disquiet to so many for so long. That decision was to convert an intractable area of permanent or pretty much permanently soggy agricultural land into a neighbourhood of highly desirable modern des-res dwellings. Now, let's be fair, it wasn't the prospect of the new dwellings that had residents in fear. It was the inevitability of the increased number of cars. We've been given tonight a figure of 1.5 cars per house. Well, that's going to mean the first half of the development could be potentially 450 or more cars, all piling out onto one junction at Skellingthorpe Road. And with the best will in the world, there's not going to be a maximum of 81 at any one time. It's going to be pretty much mayhem. This was picked up by the Highways Authority, and rightly so. With this development, I don't have quite the past with it as my venerable colleague Two Down does. I only go back to 2007, so that's where I'm going to start from. We've always said that we understood that there was a need for new houses. Nobody on this council has ever denied that. What we've said is this is not an ideal site. It is pretty much wet the whole time, and over time, from 2007 onwards, starting in 2008, we had the financial crisis and the housing crash. The whole development changed, and let's face it, it maundered around in the doldrums for years because there was no money available to do anything with it. The plans changed, number of dwellings changed. NK withdrew, and with that the chance of a link to the A46. And perhaps more importantly, the potential return also nosedived, because obviously we'd now reduced the number of houses from sort of 4,500 to 3,200, which is not good in a global crisis. One of the suggestions that was brought forward to deal with the flooding problem, or the water problem, as has been heard tonight, is to raise the land. So that's great. We dump huge quantities of muck on the soggy bits, and it will take them above the level whereby they're going to become soggy. The problem is, and what seemed to be ignored and never got any real answers, or at least ignored by everybody except the residents, was the number of lorry journeys required to make that transition. I can very much remember my ex-colleague Councillor Hills standing here and asking that very question about the number of lorries that would need to be used. And all we were ever told was there would be a transport plan in place that would prevent overcrowding of the local roads. Residents are not convinced. They never were, they still aren't. During the period where the development was not particularly ongoing, I got a general feeling that the eye had been taken off the ball somewhat. And although things were ticking over in the background, such as the restitution and the investigations and what have you into the Skewbridge tip, what was in it, what could we do with it, what couldn't we do with it, what it was going to cost us to do with it, something came up over a period of time in the ward, and that was that the residents of the ward felt that they were gradually being pushed further and further out of sight and deeper into almost a twilight of forgotten obscurity. There was nothing happening, nobody was being told anything, and they were worried what was going to happen from there. One thing that was very obvious was I did go to several of the council workshops and spoke to a lot of people who also went to the council workshops. And they said the same as I'd found. Their suggestions and comments were listened to with what you might describe as a polite, slightly sort of vacuous smile before the relevant person launched into the script that they'd learnt on the off chance that somebody like me was going to turn up and ask them an awkward question. So the residents have been considering the traffic ever since this scheme was announced. And one quote that springs to mind was one made by Councillor Richard Davies the other day at the Executive. The amount of extra traffic which will be added to Skellingthorpe Road is unacceptable, for which we have no option but to raise an objection. That is the feeling of certainly many of the residents that I've spoken to as a ward councillor. He further says they can't lose sight of the fact that as a local authority, the residents have to be their top priority. I do wonder. Now, we're talking about numbers. 300 houses is going to not trigger anything other than a set of traffic lights and a road off Birchwood Avenue. 600 houses is not going to trigger anything other than a bridge over Tritton Road, railway line, and 600 houses. So despite people saying that there's the risk that people could walk away, let's look back to 2008. This project started to fail in 2008 because the whole financial institutions in the world crashed. What is worrying me is that if something like that happens again, are we going to end up in the same situation whereby the project stalls, and that's not necessarily to the detriment of Lindham Group, or perhaps even to the detriment of City Council. It's because of raw worldly economics. And if it does stall, and that centre link hasn't been built, then Skellingthorpe Road is going to bear the brunt of it. Now, I'm casting my mind back now to the 23rd of March 2019, when it was reported in the Lincolnite that the Director of Major Developments said, quote, "We are confident that the planned new road through the development, linking Skellingthorpe Road to Tritton Road via a new bridge over the railway, will play a major part in help easing the traffic problems by bypassing the current congestion at the railway crossing." However, on the 15th of September 2020, the Lincolnite then reported large parts of the development's proposed spine would be for buses, pedestrians and cyclists only, and a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit would be put in place throughout the development. In the same article, project planning director, Mr. Mark Foster, said, I quote, "We have listened closely to the comments raised, and we are confident that the updated proposals mitigate the transport impacts of the scheme, as well as maximise sustainable transport opportunities for the proposed residents of the development." Okay, they might increase the sustainable transport opportunities, but I don't think they're going to do anything about the actual traffic problem that we've got. So, we had an independent report reproduced. That independent report basically suggested that the County Highways Authority, and in some ways by implication the members of the ward and the residents, didn't really understand the problem, and that, yeah, the traffic can cope, it'll be fine, it's not a problem. However, I've heard it said, and I can't remember who it was, so I can't cite it, because I couldn't find it. It is said that if you look hard enough, you'll always find an expert who agrees with you. However, in the world of the cynical, me, I would suggest that had that report not backed up the position of the managing group, it would have ended up probably in a locked filing cabinet, at the foot of a flight of rickety stairs in a damp basement, stuck behind a disused lavatory door bearing a sign saying "Beware of the leopard," and would be forgotten about for all time. The bottom line of this is very much the executive member for Highways, along with county council colleagues, are against the scheme in its current format. The MP is against the scheme in its current format. Not surprisingly, the local residents are against the scheme in its current format, as are, as you've already heard tonight and will shortly, ward councillors. So, what, at the end of it, we have is a development where never has there been the potential to inflict so much misery on so many for the benefit of so few. What I'm asking is, why can't we look at this development again, get that road link through, go back to the comments of 3 or 4 years ago when that road link wasn't going to be limited to cars, buses, cycles and pedestrians, and was actually going to be a link road. And that would actually alleviate some of the issues, because let's be realistic. Anybody who lives in houses 1 to 300 that doesn't want to go into the town direction is going to come out onto Skellingthorpe Road and either go up Birchwood Avenue or Doddington Road. And it doesn't matter then whether or not the road, even if the road link is in place, they will still go out that way. Because, as has been said, water finds its own level and people are essentially lazy. They will take the shortest route. What I need as a ward councillor, and what my residents need, is assurance that the traffic issues will be addressed, and they will be addressed in such a manner that don't impose misery on the people who've lived there for probably some of them most of their lives, and who are already struggling as a result of the increased traffic in that area. Like Councillor Strangle, I chose not to stand as an advocate and speak as just as a ward councillor. On behalf of the residents in my own ward, and indeed those in Birchwood and parts of Bootham, I also cannot support a planning application that will make their lives an even bigger misery with traffic than it already is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Fido.
Thank you, Chairman. So house building is, I think we can all agree, predominantly a good thing. We have more people in our city and country than ever before, and people need places to live. And these should be good quality homes, well-insulated homes, fit for the future. But what does the future hold? Climate change is a huge threat to our way of life and the standard of living that we've become accustomed to. Rising temperatures are leading to polar ice caps melting, and this is leading to rising sea levels into a world similar to Little Mermaid, as Councillor Watt described as under the sea. This is leading to decreased albedo, or reflectivity, of those ice caps, further contributing to the rising temperatures into a positive feedback loop. We're seeing more extreme weather conditions much more frequently, and this will have a knock-on effect on many of our local ecosystems. The area in question, and I've adapted this, is an already a well-known flood risk area, to use the correct terminology. And is it wise to try and build upon this, even with the mitigation effects discussed? Now, December 2015, in recent years, was the wettest month in a century, and an estimated 16,000 homes in England alone were flooded. And reports suggest that this rise to nearly £1 billion in insurance payouts. If this application is to go ahead, what assurance is there from insurance providers in the private sector that affordable policies with a broad enough coverage will be offered for prospective homeowners? Now, Mike Smith from the ACOM consultant from earlier suggested in his speech that this would not be an issue, as apparently reassurances from ABI have been discussed. However, unless I've missed it in the 732 pages of this, which I've perused through as we've discussed, there doesn't seem to be that assurance from the ABI or similar in writing. Would that be something that is possible before any such permission is granted? Because this should not be something that falls upon future taxpayers and a problem that we end up kicking down the line. There is an agreement called Flood RE, between the government and UK insurers to help provide affordable cover for homes at risk of flooding, and that is in place until 2039, at which point will become open to the free market. However, one of the principal conditions of this cover is that it's only open to residential homes built before the 1st of January 2009. Therefore, new build homes such as this development would not be eligible for it. Now, as with insurance, risk and rewards are key tenets of decision making, and the rewards of potentially thousands of new homes, many of which, as we discussed this morning, today, are affordable for local people to buy and live in themselves, and that is a sweet reward. I myself, as an aspirational, aspiring to be a homeowner, just about under 30, I know many other young people in this city aspire to own their own home. They have that aspiration. So let me just point out just a couple of facts. We need more homes built. Yes, we do. But people need to feel safe and secure in those homes. And if people don't have that security, and when the worst happens, thousands of families could not only be left without a home, but any sort of financial means to be able to help themselves out of it. Now, we talk about industry standards and the industry standards that there are for things such as the flood risks that we've discussed, but I could also remind us that industry standards at the time were followed in regards to things such as cladding. And where has that left us as a country now? Who is picking up the bill for that? We don't know. Is this flood risk, as discussed, going to be something that we're going to be talking about in 20, 30, 40 years' time? There's no such thing as government money, there's only taxpayers' money, and where is it going to go? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fido. Councillor Briggs.
Thank you for your comprehensive presentation, and the mountain of paperwork made available to us all 731 pages for 33 councillors, equated to 24,123 pages. That was a lot of trees. I also took the option to not be an advocate, as I felt it important to vote on the behalf of my Birchwood residents. There have been so many written objections and various petitions circulating, which is really quite alarming. I personally have been inundated with emails detailing various objections and observations, some being substantially factual. The main objections, as we are aware, are flooding, air and noise pollution, environmental damage, and really traffic congestion. The objections on traffic congestion are not NIMBYism, they're clearly based on the residents' own personal experience, often over many years of suffering severe delays on a daily basis. Having attended a number of organised meetings over the last 4 years, I've always kept an open mind on the viability and the objectives of this project, but as a resident on Skellingthorpe Road, have tirelessly myself endured the endless traffic congestion. The Western Growth Corridor is an ambitious project, but the present proposals do not outweigh these issues. They actually exacerbate them. The Spine Road and the bridges are without doubt key to this being a success. So let's have them first, not last, in 6 years' time or even later on completion, which we've talked about 20 years' time of the final phase. If I may ask, in my naivety, why can't funding be obtained for the bridges? Finally, regarding no right turn at the end of Dixon Street, this will cause mayhem on Rookery Lane and further congestion on Newark Road at peak times. May I quote from the BSP Consulting Transport Advice note, the 19th of April 2021, section 4. The existing bus routes 6 and 9 currently use Dixon Street, but only the number 9 service would benefit from the proposed bus improvements to Dixon Street, High Street Junction. So, one bus every 20 minutes whilst the number 9 is still running. There are additional bus services covering areas to the south of Lincoln that would also benefit from the proposed bus lane on the High Street. That's in Mitigation Package B. Overall, this looks like a case of the consequences being worse than the potential benefits, and it's difficult to rationalise with the Council's declaration of a climate emergency. Therefore, like a number of my colleagues, I would be unable to support this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Briggs. I'll ask officers to respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, it was remiss of me to leave out the response to Councillor Loughagen's question earlier in relation to the difference between different types of developer, whether they be private developers or part of the City Council, which is in part the case here. And the response to that is quite simple. As local planning authority, we are entirely autonomous. We have to be so. The law requires it, and that's how we operate. We have to treat every applicant as an applicant, whether they be part of the City Council, whether they be a local developer, whether they are a national volume house builder. They are all treated by us the same as an applicant. So I just want to make that clear. In terms of the issues mentioned and raised by Councillor Kerry, And the fundamental question of why can't and why shouldn't we consider the scheme again in a different form. The response to that really is in two parts. Firstly, in relation to the link road, principally, I mentioned earlier that there was some work. There was a workshop session that we had as officers with the applicant side as well as the Highway Authority, and that workshop was where we actually centred on this discussion about that route and the function of that route. And it was actually the County Council's Highway Authority, their suggestion, effectively, as part of that workshop, that the route be engineered in a way that prioritised buses and other modal shift means, cycleways and pedestrian links through the scheme as a priority, and not done in a way that would be just simply lip service to that idea, that it would actually function in that way, and therefore that the vehicular route would be a longer and slightly slower route for the private motor car through the site. So that the reason the scheme evolved in that way, and is as it's presented to you this evening, is largely down to the request put forward from the Highway Authority at that time. And the second point in relation to that is again, as I mentioned previously in relation to some previous questions, the scheme is as it is this evening, and members are asked to make a decision based on what's in front of them, and not to say that an alternative ought to be sought. This is what's in front of you this evening, and this is what requires the decision. So that's where we are. In relation to assurance that the highways issues will be dealt with, as far as the proposal goes, again, you've seen all of the reams of technical data. Officers have worked pretty tirelessly over the last, certainly the last 3 years and longer than that at pre-application stage, trying to resolve all the issues for this site, principal among those being the highway issues. We've got to a point as a local planning authority that we are satisfied with the proposal. We sought that third-party external advice, and as part of that planning balance, we consider that whilst there will be that short-term impact, and there will be a short-term impact, there's no denying that, there's no getting around that, that impact in itself is not considered to be severe, which is the trigger point, the threshold, on the basis of the advice we've received from our consultants, and that in any case, the situation improves significantly once that link road is delivered through the scheme. In terms of Councillor Fido's query in relation to insurance cover, in relation to the flood risk issue for the site, as he rightly points out, it's not floodplain, but it is an area at risk of flooding. It's within a flood zone. The works that are proposed through the land levels raising that would be done here effectively take, well, they take the development platforms, those areas where you'd see dwellings built, would actually not then be in a flood zone. And that is the trigger point for insurance companies, where it becomes an issue for residents to get insurance. That being said, that issue in itself is not a material planning consideration, so that can't form any basis of your decision this evening. It may seem frustrating, but in itself that is not a material planning consideration. And then finally, to just pick up on Councillor Briggs's point in relation to funding. Again, this is something that I highlighted previously in relation to that. I know there are discussions ongoing about potential funding for these bridges. Again, not strictly material as part of the consideration of this planning application, but we are aware that those conversations are being held. From what I understand, I don't think that is likely to alter the phasing and delivery to an extent which would see Tritton Road delivered first, certainly, but whether it may actually expedite things and bring things forward in terms of that Tritton Road link, it may well do. That's about as much as I can say on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Anyone who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak, can you indicate, please? Oh, sorry, Councillor Clarkson.
Thank you, Chair. As I'm sure everyone else has, I've read through all the documents, and I sat here tonight and listened with interest to every one of the speakers. I'm afraid what some of them have said has given me cause for concern. And I'm going to now talk about the concerns I have. The planning application tells us that Skellingthorpe Road is one of the main arterial routes into the city from the A46. Yes, it is, but it was never intended to be. It is now, as it was then, a narrow B road, the B1378. It has narrow footpaths on either side, which are now designated as joint footpath cycleways. They aren't wide enough and they're not fit for purpose. Weather conditions throughout summer, we get overgrown vegetation, and in the winter, the overgrown vegetation turns to leaves that fall on the ground, becomes slippy, and in icy conditions, icy. It's not good for cycling, and I speak as a cyclist. We've already heard how congested the road is, and it has been for years. It just keeps getting worse. Despite extensive developments in the area over many years, the only highway improvement that has been installed is the installation of traffic lights at the junction of Birchwood Avenue. Thank you, Councillor Strengle. There really is no room for any other, although much needed, improvement. The last public meeting in the area to discuss the traffic aspects was held on the 7th of February 2019, almost 3 years ago. And that was at the Live Church on Birchwood Avenue. It was well attended with standing room only, and not much of that. The main topic that residents wanted to talk about was traffic and traffic congestion that was going to be caused by the then proposed initial 600 houses. Now, the SOPIT, the buy-off that we were given at that meeting was that there will be a link road from Skellingthorpe Road to Tritton Road and Beaver Street. Although we don't know when we're going to be able to build the bridges, but we're going to have a link road, and you're going to be able to use that to miss the level crossing, which is the whole source of the congestion. Now, there hasn't been any other public meeting since that date, 7th of February 2019. However, the proposal has changed significantly since then. And some of the things I've heard about it tonight, I'm not happy with. That link road is now termed the Spine Road, and we've been told significant portions of it will be buses only, cycling and walking. And any other traffic is going to have to divert from the Spine Road through residential areas to then rejoin the Spine Road at the other end. We know that the Spine Road isn't going to be produced for approximately 6 years, but we've no idea when these other residential areas with their roads are going to be built to give access to private vehicles. Well, no, not just private vehicles, any other vehicle other than a bus, motorised. Tonight, I heard it said that that's intentional so that vehicles from off-site can't use it as a rat run. Now, that is an incredible thing, and that's actually a kick in the teeth for the residents of Birchwood and Hartsoe, who, 2019, promised you're going to have a link road. And I've also heard that the two conflicting statements, repeated and repeated and repeated. The Spine Road is not for through traffic, one. Two, congestion on Skellingthorpe will be reduced because of the Spine Road. Those two statements are just not compatible in no way, shape or form. Congestion on Skellingthorpe Road is horrendous. It's worse than is made out to be, and you can't get the impression sat in a room like this if you've not witnessed it. Now, much is made of the transport assessment. Unfortunately, it wasn't included in the pack, the 236-page pack. Yes, there are extracts from it, but perhaps because that traffic assessment is another 236 pages, it wasn't provided. But it is on the website, and I have read it, together with a BSP independent survey, which is another 36 pages. But that document, the transport assessment, is the basis for the justification for the mitigation schemes to alleviate congestion on Skellingthorpe Road. At para 1.7.1, under key benefits and opportunities, the document states the proposed new spine road serving the Western Growth Corridor will provide a faster, more direct route for buses, pedestrians and cyclists, and an alternative route for cars into Lincoln city centre from both the A46 and Birchwood. It will also provide a more reliable journey with irregular delays at the Skellingthorpe Road level crossing being bypassed, and will provide an alternative route in the event of any unexpected incidents on the road network. To do that, to achieve that, it has to be a proper through road. The spine road with the Tritton Road Bridge isn't projected to be finished until 6 years after work starts. Yet in that time, 300 houses accessed from Skellingthorpe Road, yeah, we've heard it many times tonight, will have been built and presumably sold. So all the traffic generated by these homes and the ongoing building work will access and exit the site via Skellingthorpe Road. The transport assessment goes on to tell us that the early phases of the development, phases 1A and B, have been assessed by undertaking traffic surveys in February 2020, calculating and assessing the traffic effects of the development via a spreadsheet model. These surveys are referenced many times throughout the transport assessment. I think I counted 52. You get the impression that that was a major piece of work. And the results from these February 20 surveys were used to create traffic flow diagrams through the various road junctions at both the morning peak time, between 8 and 9 a.m, and the afternoon peak time, classified as between 5 and 6 p.m. Based on their survey results, they then go on to use the data collected to model the traffic flows through the junctions based on the calculated effects of phase 1A and B, showing just the additional traffic generated by the phases and then combining the extra traffic and the existing traffic based on February 2022 surveys to come up with the projected extra traffic. That's fascinating stuff, but remember that these figures are predictions based solely on the data gathered in the surveys. However, tucked away at page 52 in paragraph 521 of that document, it reveals that these traffic surveys were carried out on just one day, Tuesday the 4th of February 2020, at 9 road junctions, and a list of those road junctions is provided, and they recorded the turning movements through them. It also states that, in addition, a survey of queuing has been undertaken, recording the maximum queue length every 5 minutes along Skellingthorpe Road eastbound towards Tritton Road and westbound towards the A46, along with the eastbound queuing along Birchwood Avenue towards Skellingthorpe Road. This was done by placing cameras along the entirety of the road, recording the longest queue in any 5-minute period per camera field of view. Queuing from the Birchwood Avenue to the A46 roundabout is said to be low to moderate, and the same along Birchwood Avenue towards Skellingthorpe Road during both peak hours. It also states that, I quote, no queuing was observed to occur through the Birchwood Avenue Skellingthorpe Road junction. Really? That's not what I face every day. So, all of the calculations and projections are based on one-day survey dealing with the morning and evening peak times, which now are 7:30 to 8:30, 4:30, 5:30. They've changed a little. Anyone who lives in the area will tell you, one, Long queues occur at any time of the day and on any day of the week, not just weekdays. I personally have regularly been stuck in queues on Sunday afternoons, just as bad as on a Monday morning or any other day. 2. Long queues in both length and time occur daily between Birchwood Avenue and the A46 roundabout. I've seen it, but it's also evidenced by the many written objections I've received and my own personal experience. 3. Queuing occurs regularly on Birchwood Avenue to Scullingthorpe Road, as well as from Birchwood Avenue to Doddington Road and Pershore Way to Doddington Road. So the fact, this simple statement that says no queues are observed, there's no qualifying after that. Does that mean they're ignored and it just doesn't happen? But if it is, why is a bus turn lane required on Birchwood Avenue? I also find it strange that these surveys don't make any mention of the daily use of Ashby Avenue and Hemswell Avenue and the narrow residential roads between them as rat runs every morning. Nor is there any mention of the root cause of the daily delays at the A46 Scullingthorpe roundabout. It isn't even covered by the projected proposed alterations to that roundabout. But perhaps that's the result of using cameras to gather information rather than human observation. As well as these February 2020 surveys, the Greater Lincoln Traffic Model, the GLTM, is quoted regularly throughout the document, the traffic survey. And it's described as a computer software package used to forecast changes in traffic associated with the development of road schemes. It was developed for a base year of 2016 using Saturn software. That's important. In terms of the Scullingthorpe Road level crossing, I carry on quoting. In terms of the Scullingthorpe Road level crossing, the LMVR also indicates that Saturn does not have functionality to explicitly model level crossing operations. However, their impact can be approximated, guessed at. It goes on to say, in GLTM, they are coded, level crossing movements are coded by proxy as signalised junctions. So, the software used in that model specifically isn't designed for modelling level crossing activity, but it's been fudged as if the level crossing were a traffic light junction. If that were a legitimate option, it would be defined in the software manual. It isn't, or we wouldn't be told it isn't. Level crossings don't operate like traffic light control junctions. They aren't closed for a set time. It depends on the type of train and even the number of trains going through. It's not unusual to be sat on Scullingthorpe Road with the barriers down and watch 2 and even 3 trains go down while the barriers are down. Traffic lights change more frequently. Over the past 2 years, I think that the great British public has become well aware of the accuracy of results from data modelling or computer models. Take your pick. For any model, the accuracy of the result is dependent on the quality of the data entered into the algorithms within the model. I know I've written them. The results are always estimates or predictions. They do not provide certainty and should not be treated as such. The reports tell us that there will be 821 cars or 821 vehicles turning. No, you estimate that there will be 821 vehicles. So data from a one-day survey is hardly robust. Therefore, any conclusions taken from that modelling, done on that data alone, have to be treated with a degree of scepticism. Coupled with that fact, one of the software packages used for modelling the traffic specifically doesn't cater for level crossing operations. That has to call into question the accuracy and the validity of the results derived. They've been fudged. The results predict that in the morning peak time, as we've already heard, Phase 1A will add, not estimated, will add 821 vehicles from the development turning onto Scullingthorpe Road towards Tritton Road. The prediction is also that 41 vehicles will cross over onto Birchwood Avenue and 11 will turn right towards the A46, giving a total vehicle movements of 133 coming out of that site. But that doesn't take into account any development that's currently going on extensively in Scullingthorpe Village, some of which will use local roads. They'll cross the roundabout. It goes on to claim that the measures recommended in Mitigation Package A will not only cope with this additional load, but create extra capacity for 100 vehicles. And I know you've already explained that, Mr. Manning, thereby improving the overall situation, not making it worse. Right, let's look at those mitigation measures, please. They're quite simple. 1, install traffic lights at Birchwood Avenue T-junction and pedestrian crossings as well. Good, that's been needed for years. 2, put in a yellow box junction on the straight ahead lane at Doddington Road, Wisby Road junction. However, if we read more carefully into the traffic analysis, at para 5.5.13, interestingly it states, the yellow box proposal in this location has not been analysed for capacity, but it is expected to better balance traffic eastbound during times of very high demand. This is because, anecdotally, traffic along Doddington Road occasionally queues through the junction when the rail crossing barriers are down for extended periods, blocking traffic turning right from Wisby Road to Doddington Road, which includes buses. It is envisaged that the yellow box junction will redress the balance. So this is just a guesstimate. With no research to back it up, no attempt to visit the junction to determine why or how the situation develops. But this is a key part of the justification for this being an alternative route to avoid congestion on Skellingthorpe Road. Okay, the third point, make changes to the Tritton Road layout of the Doddington Road, Tritton Road junction and change the traffic light timings. So no changes to Doddington Road, changes to the Tritton Road approach. Right, traffic blocking that junction for turning right from Wisby Road occurs because traffic along Doddington Road is slow moving, even crawling, mainly or often stationary. So when the lights turn red, there is already stationary traffic queuing across the junction because they just blindly carried on. Yellow box junctions tend to be ineffective unless they're monitored in some way. Take the one at the junction of Primrose Place and Skellingthorpe Road as an example. It's probably the latest one to have been installed in the area. It's just before the level crossing and it's largely ignored. It was observed when it first went in, but nowadays, no, especially if the barriers are down, people just drive across it. It's ignored just as much as the 2 Keep Clear junctions outside the Priory Academy School, blocking traffic that's already got in there. Indeed, for the first half of last month, there was a temporary road sign just before the Skellingthorpe Road level crossing, and that's just after the Primrose Place entrance. And that temporary sign that was there for 2 weeks said, "Don't queue on the crossing." There's a yellow box junction on the crossing, but for goodness sake, it's the level crossing on a main railway line, and people were queuing on it. They won't take any notice of the yellow box junction unless there's someone there to penalise them for doing it. Now back to Doddington Road. If traffic already crawls across and blocks the junction with Wisby Road, despite there being traffic lights, why won't the same still happen, as it already does, at the Birchwood Avenue junction, just because lights have been installed? It's the same phenomenon. Traffic moves slowly. The lights are green, so I'm going to go through it. I'm not going to get to the other side of the junction before lights turn red somewhere and stop me. I'm just going to carry on. I don't care if I block the traffic. I'm afraid that's the mentality. The transport assessment also says that these measures will create additional capacity for 100 vehicles, which it claims will be used not just by traffic diverting from Birchwood Avenue, Skellingthorpe Road, but also from the development. And that's evidenced by those figures being included in further traffic junction flow diagrams later on. I did count them. There are over 30, I think nearly 40 of these traffic flow diagrams. The information provided shows that the distance from this is in the independent review, the distance from the Birchwood Avenue Skellingthorpe Road junction to Tritton Road is 1.9 kilometres, or if you prefer 1.18 miles, while the proposed alternative route via Doddington Road is 5.5 kilometres or 3.4 miles or nearly 2.25 miles longer. Realistically, how many people are going to divert to take the long way round when the same railway crosses Doddington Road? Doddington Road is currently as congested as Skellingthorpe Road. It has the same railway line, its barriers close with the same frequency and for the same duration as they do on Skellingthorpe Road. Doddington Road is not an alternative to travelling along Skellingthorpe Road. We've had this situation for years. Anyone who can find an alternative route has already done so. They either go the long way around via the bypass onto Carholm Road or elsewhere. There is no new route that's going to divert people. They are not going to go the extra mile to go to Doddington Road and face the same delays because of railway level crossing. It just doesn't make sense, and I'm amazed that it's even put forward as a viable alternative, and even then with a claim of increased capacity. The proposed improvements to the A46 Skellingthorpe Road roundabout do nothing to address the root cause of congestion on the approach from Skellingthorpe Road. That is caused by traffic travelling along the A46 from the dual carriageway section over that roundabout to be jammed up to get onto the single carriageway section. Doesn't matter how many new lanes that the proposed amendments, alterations to the roundabout make to give a dedicated lane for left turning from Skellingthorpe Road onto the single carriageway stretch of the A46. When the roundabout's blocked by 2 lanes of traffic and queuing traffic on the A46 waiting to get into there, nothing moves. Traffic on that stretch regularly keeps back to Landmere Grove and even the petrol station on the corner of Birchwood Avenue, regularly, daily. I've experienced it. When it does move, it moves very slowly. There is a claim in the traffic assessment that such queues could only have occurred instantaneously. No. And in fact, I've received correspondence from residents, not in my ward, but that getting out of the Forest Park area is a daily nightmare. It can take 30 minutes to get out of Chalgrove Way, the entrance exit to Forest Park, and onto the Skellingthorpe Road roundabout. 30 minutes for a distance of 700 yards, 0.4 of a mile. That's a daily occurrence. I won't go into my personal experiences of why it is. Let's look at buses now, please. There are 3 routes that serve Hartsholme and Birchwood, 2 of which also serve Boulton Park. That's the 3 are the 6, the X6 and the 9. The 6 enters the area via Boulton Park, Hartsholme, Birchwood and leaves via Doddington Road. The number 9 operates in the reverse direction, same route, different way. Number 6 was introduced as a fast service and it leaves via the Birchwood Avenue straight along Skellingthorpe Road into Tritton Road. It doesn't run on Sundays. Monday to Saturday, the number 6 leaves the bus station at 6:50 and then runs for every 20 minutes until 6:20 p.m. and then there's an hourly service at 7:30, 8:30 and 9:30. On Sundays, it's all an hourly service from 8:40 a.m. to 5:40 p.m. For the 9, Monday to Saturday, the first leaves the Birchwood Centre for the return trip at 6:25 a.m. and then again every 20 minutes from 6:55 to 7:15 p.m. and then again hourly 7:32, 8:32, 9:32. The X6 only runs Monday to Saturday. It leaves the bus station at 6:10 a.m. and then every 20 minutes until 6:10 p.m., a 12-hour period. It goes back to the city, leaves Birchwood Centre, going back to the city, it leaves the Birchwood Centre at 6:40 a.m. and then every 20 minutes until 6:40 p.m. All of these services currently run well within the capacity, but none of them serve the nighttime economy. If you want to go into town from the Birchwood area, Hartsholme area and come by bus, forget it.
Councillor Clarkson, don't wish to stifle debate. Very, very interesting, your comments, but is there any chance of you bringing your comments to some conclusion sooner rather than later, please? Because there are other people who would like to speak.
Okay, I didn't realise that, Mr. Chairman. I thought I waited. I thought I was the last one to speak. Buses are important because buses are given priority, so they do make a difference. But I'll speed up. Planning document shows that Stagecoach didn't respond to the consultation process. That's interesting itself. But there are quotes from the company in the traffic assessment which shows that they do not intend to introduce new services and will still need to maintain services to Boulton Park and Hartsholme and Birchwood, so using the level crossing. The only service that could conceivably use the Spine Road is the X6. Any other service would have to disrupt and not be able to serve its full route. So the X6, running at 20-minute intervals, travelling along the Spine Road from Birchwood Avenue, there'd be 3 buses an hour in each direction during the operating time of the X6. That's how it would be until the residential roads are built. There would only be 3 buses per hour during that operation time using the Spine Road. That's an expensive road and bridge for 3 buses an hour during that 12-hour operating window. When the residential roads are built, yeah, this supposed rat run would come into force. So 3 buses per hour on that Spine Road. That's not bus priority, it's bus superiority, bus exclusivity. That does not ease the existing, well-known, often talked about congestion on Skellingthorpe Road. Does nothing to mitigate that. But that is what residents were promised back in 2019. That's what residents are expecting. That's what residents deserve. The bus can't be the solution to every journey, no matter what you think. Nor can walking and cycling. I'm a committed walker, I enjoy walking, I'm a committed cyclist as well. Whenever possible, I will take my bike. But a bike or a bus is not always the alternative. I can't get 2 sacks of sand and cement or 2.4 metre lengths of timber. You've got to recognise, as my colleague Councillor Spratt said, cars exist. Cars aren't going away. Look around the local neighbourhood. There are 2, 3, 4 cars, works vans and all sorts. Even the City Council's own housing repairs department gets its workers to take their works van home with them at night so that next morning they can go straight to their first job. That's an efficiency measure and it's a benefit to the residents. There's so much more I want to say, but I'm a details man and I do call into question some of the things that have been said today, and I hope I've called into question the validity and reliability of modelling used. Models fluffed, fudged to make them work for things they were never intended to work for, level crossings, and surveys done on one day, yet the results used to calculate traffic flows, project traffic flows forevermore. I cannot in any way, shape or form support this application. My residents would never forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clarkson. Councillor Smalley.
For everybody who's taken part in the presentation. It's been incredibly useful and informative, as well as the documents that we all received. Also, I think it's really important to acknowledge all the public speakers and people who are here tonight to obviously take part in what's happening, and I'm really pleased that many of them were able to make comments and contact many councillors with regard to their queries. I'll try and keep it short. I think a lot of people have kind of mentioned a little bit what I was going to talk about, particularly in terms of flooding. And I do understand that you have acknowledged that insurance is not something that we need to consider. And you also talked about the platforms which you're building, and also that you have taken into consideration the additional rainfall that may happen in the future, which is great. I just wondered whether you could clarify sort of what levels and what increased rainfall you have considered, and that how kind of foolproof that guarantee will be. Also, in terms of the traffic, I was also going to mention the traffic analysis and the fact that it was only done on one day in February in 2020, which, you know, personally with the pandemic, etc., probably wasn't the busiest day, and possibly more detailed analysis should have been made at that point. Also, going on to the point that was made with regard to the developers not pulling out after the first 300 houses, I do appreciate that obviously cost-wise it's more beneficial for them to build the first 300 houses, but that does leave us in a very vulnerable position. I understand that there are assurances, but are there any guarantees or any penalties with regard to that? We could obviously be left with a situation where we have 300 unaffordable possible houses, which equally is another point I want to raise. 20% affordable housing is great. I mean, it's not fantastic. Obviously, there's many people that can't afford homes as it is, and I know lots of people who wish to live in Lincoln. It's a fabulous place to be, obviously, but they struggle to find affordable housing, and for our first 300 houses to be built not to be affordable surely is questionable. I do understand that obviously you're doing this from a financial point of view, but I do question as to if that can be eased a little bit. Any, you know, affordable housing surely could be built within those first 300. If we are in a situation where, you know, unfortunately the additional houses aren't built, then we have a new development with no affordable housing, which, you know, isn't great for people who want homes to live in. So I'll wrap it up there. Obviously, appreciate we're all sort of running out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smalley. Councillor Hewson.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Now it's turned on, I'll speak a bit quieter. I noted what Kate Ellis, officer, said when she came to give her presentation. And she says this application isn't a case of just when or if. It is going to take place, without a doubt, because it is in the local plan a designated area for housing development, and also the other aspects of it to do with the economic developments as well. And I'm minded to say, if people's going to reject this tonight, it's kind of chucking the baby out with the bathwater. Because I think we've all got to recognise the only way we're going to solve the problems on Tritton Road, and we all recognise there's problems, is by getting that crossing of the railway line. Even Councillor Bean, who's obviously had a big concern and promoting improvements to Skellingthorpe Road over the years, recognised the problem was the railway line. The railway line isn't going to go away. You're either going to raise the railway line, which isn't going to be done, or you're going to put it underground, and that isn't going to be done. Now, we're going to have to, this development's going to have to put mitigation measures in place to deal with an extra 81 vehicles that are expected to come off the proposed first stage of the development. Now, we've just heard, just not too far down the road, there's a development going to be taking place in Skellingthorpe that this planning committee can have no sort of a input into, which is going to provide an extra 600 houses. Are they going to give anything to help this particular application regarding providing a bridge across there? Because you, like I think it was Councillor Clarkson said, a great majority of those vehicles is going to be using Skellingthorpe Road. I'm a little bit concerned, and one of my questions would be, with the developer putting these mitigation measures on the table, which they say is going to go away against partly to alleviating the problems of the 81 vehicles, are we allowed, or is the developer allowed, to do changes to the highways when the highways authorities aren't in agreement with that. Because surely a private developer, and we were talking about a council in this aspect as part of the development here, is putting in for these highway changes, but would a private developer be allowed to make changes to the highways without the highways authority giving them permission? Because the highways authorities, i.e. the county council, are saying they're not in favour of these mitigation measures that's been put forward by the applicant tonight. It disappointed me tonight, and I know Clarkson went through the full process of what bus services we have across that area, and he's quite right about the 9 and the 6 and the X6 and whatever. But it was a bit disappointing to see the main bus operator that's going to benefit for, this scheme, not even make any comments on it. And I read in the documents before us about the usual travel plan that's put in place when we have developments and how they're going to work to, encourage people to use alternative forms of transport. What about the operator, i.e. Stagecoach, encouraging people to make that change to different forms of transport? What then are they going to encourage people to use the buses by maybe giving them a sort of discount ticket for a commuter, so to encourage people to use buses? Because let's be totally honest about it, we can say we want people to use buses, but if you're a young married couple with a couple of kids and you jump on a bus, it's a lot cheaper to get in your car and park in the city centre, I'm afraid. Until measures are put in place to encourage people more to use that type of transport, I think we're going to really struggle to get people to do that. So there's got to be more encouragement for the people or organisations that are going to benefit out of these type of schemes by getting their buses to the city centre quicker. So I'm a bit disappointed that there wasn't even any comments from Stagecoach about this. But like I say, it's a case of, do you throw the baby out with the bathwater tonight? Personally, like Councillor Smalley said, thanks to the officers for a fine presentation. All the people's contacted me by emails, has asked questions regarding concerns about the flood risks and also obviously about the transport problems and that. And I think they've all been answered quite clearly tonight, and I've no problem with accepting the application that's in front of us on the table. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to throw tonight's baby out with this bathwater of this planning application, because I never heard anything from the county council officer regarding what mitigation measures are they going to put in place, because they are the highway authorities. They've been well aware that the problems on Skellingthorpe Road we've got now, they don't seem to be doing anything about it. And I think even they recognise the only way that problem is going to be resolved is by getting that crossing of the railway line. This application in front of us tonight gives us that opportunity. And that's got to be a benefit for all the people councillors who've spoken previously has got concerns about this application tonight, because it's not going to go away, those problems, unless we start to move with this application and get that bridge across the railway line. The railway line's not going to go away. Nobody wants the transport that's put on the railway lines to be taken away back, and it's not going to be taken away, and having that transport put on HGV vehicles on the roads. So we've got to move forward, we've got to look forward. These houses are needed. It's recognised by whatever government's in power that more houses need to be built. This looks, at the end of the day, it's not a planning application that's going to be thrown together. As the officer said, we worked with 2 other developers and they went away because we wasn't willing to work with them and the type of development they wanted to put on that site. As all councillors are well aware, this council spent quite a lot of money to bring this application in for finding forward us tonight, and we want to take this opportunity to move forward. Let's look forward. Let's push this bridge, then the Spine Road in the middle, to come to fruition before 6 years. I'm sure it can be if we all work together. along with the highway authorities and the developer. Let's move forward tonight. We can't keep standing still. The city needs this development. It needs it for the housing. It needs for the job prospects. This development, with the economic development that's possible there, will give opportunities, say, for units that's basically, I forget the nursery units or whatever they're called, at the universities. We've got people coming up with some fantastic ideas there that's going to benefit not just this city, but all across the country. This will be part of this development. Let's move forward tonight. Let's look forward and accept this application in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Houston. I'll bring Councillor Chris Burke in and then I'll ask officers to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would also like to thank everybody. I think the officers deserve a round of applause, to be honest, for the great work that they've done, and our partners, Lindham and others, that have worked with the City Council. And I don't think any of our officers should feel put off by some of the negative comments we've heard tonight, although I would thank even the people who've made negative comments. I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't care about this development and doesn't care about our city, and that includes the people who've made contributions from the floor as well. I first sat on a planning committee, and I promise you this isn't going to be a long contribution. I first sat on a planning committee in 1989 in the conservation town of Stamford. And if I've learned anything in all those years, and the years on the County Council, and the years on planning here, it is that planning can be the means to bring about radical change, if you've got the courage. And I think Councillor Hewson has made quite an inspiring comment there. I will tell him that. He doesn't have to buy me a pint. It's true. He has actually encapsulated a lot of what I was going to say. We need to make sure that we've got the courage of our convictions here. By the way, as it's been mentioned, the County Council needs to step up to the mark, Chair. This County Council, in my opinion, is an appalling highways authority. And if the County Council did its job properly, then the public transport in this city would be transformed and fewer cars would be needed. And some of the very valid concerns people have raised about cars could be dealt with. In a city like Lincoln, with a decent public transport system, encouraged and supported by the County Council, many people wouldn't need to have cars. I'm very impressed, by the way, by the councillor who tells me that in his ward, lots of people with 3 cars. He obviously lives in a much richer ward than mine. My ward, there are a lot of people who are lucky to have a car at all, and they're desperately reliant on our defective public transport. Question, really, I'd like Kieran to expand on the remark he made about the car-free element of this. I think that's very exciting to think about that. I'd also ask people to think about the things they don't know. Think about the fact that it isn't automatic or axiomatic that we will always be reliant on the motor car. We're already seeing changes, Chair, where we're going to have more and more electric cars. There's going to be fewer and fewer people, I suspect, with cars, because eventually the pressure will be on public transport to improve. Someone also mentioned this is a large housing development. If we don't have the courage to build this housing development, then the person who talked about being an aspiring homeowner will be forever an aspiring homeowner. And there will be much more, in my opinion, and I'll ask Kieran this, does he envisage, if we don't actually approve this, that we will see far more appalling levels of infill development? And I will remind councillors that changes that the government have made means it's much more difficult to refuse infill development, even when we know it's a really bad idea. So for the sake of our grandchildren and children who are struggling desperately for housing, we have got to actually give this our support. Yes, there are imperfections. It's a massive project. It's the biggest project I've seen in my lifetime anywhere since I left the RAF. It's a huge project, and there are going to be difficulties. But I believe that the mitigations in place, particularly around the floodplain, which I think has been very ably answered, and I don't know why anybody else has come back to it, it is ably answered by people who are clear experts. I have certainly decided on the evidence before me and the professionalism of our officers and partners that this is an absolutely crucial development that we all should support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. I'll ask officers to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, turning to Councillor Smalley's queries in relation to flood risk and the implications of the robustness of the information used, how we've established the levels, the levels of rainfall that's been used. What I can say in relation to that is that the increased rainfall used, I can't give you the specific numbers here and now, but that has been done in accordance with the Environment Agency's projections. And in fact, all of the work that pertains to flood risk and flooding on the site has been done very much hand in glove with the Environment Agency. They've been part of that process both at pre-application stage and of course as our stat consultee during the application stage itself. Turning to the point you raised about the first 300 dwellings, I'm afraid it's not possible for us, certainly for me and us as Planning Authority, to give you any guarantees about the delivery beyond the first 300. I spoke earlier and you've heard the evidence before you. Ultimately, it's down to members to consider that on balance, whether or not they feel they agree with that advice in terms of the likelihood that that gets delivered. It's very much the belief of the Planning Authority that it will. That evidence and advice has been sought and has come from independent specialists. We also have an application team that are telling us it will indeed be delivered. That application team includes, as you know, in part the City Council, so there are other routes and mechanisms for yourselves as members to push and drive that agenda should it not be going in the direction that you see fit. In relation to affordable housing, yes, it is regrettable that the first 300 would not see any affordable housing, but as we've said, as a local planning authority, we are tasked with delivering sustainable development as part of the assessment of whether a development is acceptable. Ultimately, deliverability and viability are part and parcel of that consideration. Where a developer can demonstrate and prove that there are difficulties with deliverability or indeed viability, it's a legitimate reason to, in some instances, actually not provide some of these things at all. But in this instance, it's not a question of whether they get provided or not. It's a question of when they get provided. So there is that assurance. There are those mechanisms there with the conditions for the scheme as a whole, that 20% as a minimum will be delivered across this site as a whole. Like I said before in the presentation, it's highly likely that some of these phases will be significantly more than 20% affordable housing. Some of the phases, for example, may come forward by registered social landlords, housing associations, could even be 100% affordable housing in some situations. But as a minimum, we will ensure as Planning Authority, you can take my assurance that we will ensure 20% affordable housing is absolutely delivered across this scheme. Moving on to Councillor Hewson, the query that you made in relation to the highway works that are proposed in terms of the off-site mitigation and whether or not a developer can effectively do works to the Highway Authority's network. Well, the response to that is no, they can't. They can't just unilaterally start digging roads and altering traffic lights and so on without the consent of the Highway Authority. There's a whole separate consent process that's required from developers that they enter into with the Highway Authority, a legal process similar to a Section 106 process with us. So they would need their agreement and cooperation in order to do that. And just to expand on that, you may ask, well, if the County Council are not happy with the proposal, can they sort of resist that and not agree? That there is case law which suggests that there is a requirement upon the County Council as Highway Authority in such situations for them to cooperate where they are looking at works if they have been objecting to a planning application which has subsequently been approved. So there is a mechanism there ultimately. And Councillor Burke finally highlighting the comment that I made earlier about some elements being car free. Again, that's not casting tablets of stone by any means. That's in relation to the possibility across this site that in some situations we may see some car-free development. We can't guarantee it. I'm not predicting that we will certainly indefinitely see that. But in order to arrive at that overall global figure for the site, inevitably some phases will see more off-street car parking, in some phases we'll see less. And as I say, I'm sure we will get to a point in time over the course of this development where there'll be an element of car-free, but I can't give you that assurance that it will certainly and definitely happen. And then finally, in relation to the question from Councillor Burke about whether or not we'd see more infill development if members refused it this evening. I mean, far be it from me to present you with any kind of ultimatum this evening. The inevitable outcome of a refusal of permission, quite simply, is that across central Lincolnshire there would need to be 3,200 dwellings worth of sites found somewhere, whether that be in Lincoln, whether that be in North Kesteven, whether that be in West Lindsey districts. That's the pressure that it would put on the housing position and the requirement to deliver that level of housing. The evidence is clear. I think we all realise and understand that. And it means taking in some situations difficult decisions to actually to approve development to solve that inevitable issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Councillor Dyer.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman. Before I start my remarks, Mr. Manning didn't respond to the many points raised by my colleague, Councillor Clarkson. Are you able to respond to those points, or do you want Councillor Clarkson to repeat himself? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Dyer. In terms of the comments raised by Councillor Clarkson, I wouldn't certainly request that he repeats it all verbatim. A number of very pertinent technical comments made. I wasn't aware of any specific questions that were asked. I didn't note them down as questions as such. I mean, all I can say in relation to the issues raised are that the data that was used, the methodology that was used for the assessment of traffic implications was done so in agreement with the Highway Authority. Again, as officers, we are planners, we're not highway experts. We've sought advice from our statutory consultee and sought advice externally from a specialist consultant to provide us that. But the County Council's Highway Authority are not disputing the data. They are not disputing the methodology. And that has been agreed with them. The issue, as far as the County Council are concerned as Highway Authority, is that they consider the assessment of the level of severity or otherwise of that first phase 1A of the 300 dwellings. They take a different view. They believe that that impact is severe. Our consultants advise us that it's not. That isn't to say that there will be zero impact. That isn't to say that there will be no noticeable difference. That threshold of severity is quite a high threshold, but the advice that we've had is that third-party advice is that threshold is not reached with that first 300, and in any case, as we've said many times before, that further mitigation work as the scheme develops and evolves will be provided in those later phases. So I don't think there's probably much more for me to say on that in response. It's very much an issue that is down for members of the committee to decide whether or not they agree with that and what their own views are when it comes to ultimately the final vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Councillor Dyer.
Thank you, Chairman. And first of all, it's wonderful to see that the City of Lincoln Council is finally live streaming a meeting. And I've just checked, so my figures are accurate. I particularly want to thank the circa 160 people who are tuned in watching this evening. And there's been a lot of thanking going on by various members, but everybody seems to have forgotten to thank those that are still here in the audience. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with us. But, Mr. Chairman, in all seriousness, there is no doubt that this decision is a significant decision that we'll be making this evening. This will have lasting implications on our city, and it will impact Lincoln long after we all depart, both this council and this world. And without a doubt, there is significant demand for more housing, leisure space and business space. And I think even the many residents objecting will confirm that the proposal has many positives. However, will these positives outweigh all of the negatives on an, I quote, an area at risk of flooding? I just want to address the point made by Councillor Metcalfe, it seems an age ago now, but suggesting having no left turn onto Skellingthorpe Road from the development. Well, I'm pleased to say, Mr. Manning, that you put that suggestion where it belongs, and that's in the bin, and not a recycling bin either. During the opening remarks of the Planning Committee, it was mentioned that engaging with statutory consultees and the public has been an important part of this application. However, what is the point in consulting if the applicant ignores such a mass of objections from the public and the statutory authorities, such as the County Council? In respect to the transport implications, and this is what concerns many objectors the most, the link road won't even be constructed until phase 2 is complete. This is many, many years away, and there's unsuitable mitigation until that point. In the opening remarks of the planning officers, they confirmed that the link road and associated bridges can be built. I think we all agree that they can be built, but what we all want is that they will be built. And in my view, we cannot guarantee this 100%. In respect to flood risk, I note there will be various widening of linear channels throughout the development. With these, are they going to be riparian channels maintained by the City Council, or will they be landowning residents? And for Mr. Manning, that was a question that I want answering. To cover some points made by the various speakers this evening as well. One speaker made a point in respect to uncertainty around Network Rail actually approving the bridge. Can the officers confirm what the case is in respect to these bridges and Network Rail? And another speaker mentioned the Environment Act, and this is really important, and I will come on to this later. And finally, Ms. Kipley made some very interesting, both verbal and written comments as well, and I think she's not here, no? Yes, there. I thank her for those comments, but specifically I want to raise a question on our green spaces. I visited Hartsholme Park this weekend. It was a very swift visit, Mr. Chairman. I live off Highcombe Road in the south of the city, so I had to drive there, and it was impossible to get parked at the car park and even over the road. So are there going to be any improvements at all to the various green spaces and leisure facilities in and around that area? I want to keep my remaining comments as brief as possible, Mr. Chairman, and I want to focus mainly on the objection made by the Highways Authority in respect to 1A of this development. And firstly, and I think this is a really important point that needs answering as well, I'm slightly confused by Mr. Manning stating that it is debatable as to whether the funding of the Tritton Road link is material. The recommendation is based on the confidence of building the Tritton Road Bridge before the 301st dwelling. Funding of that infrastructure is central to the Planning Authority's confidence that any highway impact will be short-lived. Therefore, funding of the Tritton Road link must be material, Mr. Chairman, unlike what Mr. Manning mentioned earlier. The report accepts that any development of this scale will, of course, impact the amount of traffic on local roads. The key is to determine what is suitable and what suitable mitigation can be carried out to alleviate the congestion. In my view, those who know the area the best are the local residents. So I do hope that all members of council have read through the concerns expressed by the local residents throughout these documents provided this evening. And as the County Council officer articulated this evening, The applicant isn't making any improvements to the Skellingthorpe Road junction. Indeed, the improvements are being made to Doddington Road. Whilst the possible improvements to Doddington Road are certainly welcome, these are insignificant in respect to the problems on Skellingthorpe Road. And even if more motorists decide to go the long way around and use Doddington Road, is this a suitable mitigation when we bear in mind climate change and encouraging people to drive around even more? And I also have concerns in respect to the phasing of the development, in line with the phasing of the infrastructure improvements. The Highways Authority's viewpoint of delivering the main spine road before any housing is occupied, in my view, is something that many of the local residents are also in want of. And while I'm on that, does anybody, you probably don't, remember the episode of The Thick of It, where the minister attempted to find an expert opinion that accorded with his own opinion? This application before us tonight reminds me of that in reference to expert advice. Lincolnshire County Council, as lead local highway authority, are tasked with the maintenance and upkeep of our highway network. Despite what opinion Councillor Burke may have, that is what that authority is responsible to do. And I'm inclined to agree with their analysis of the situation over a third-party consultant who has no long-term obligation to the people of Lincoln and indeed the people of Birchwood and Hartsholme. And I'd love to know how much taxpayer money has been spent on the third-party report, and quite frankly, it misses plenty of the obvious points that have been made by the many, many, many local residents. And on page 43 of our agenda pack, the consultant provide their deliverability assessment, and that's been referenced by colleagues as well this evening. Basing that assessment just on finances completely ignores the political realities of an ever-developing local government sector. And we can bury our heads in the sand, Mr. Chairman, but local government reorganisation and the government's white paper is on its way, and there is no guarantee that the City of Lincoln Council will exist in 2 years' time, let alone 30-odd years' time. Rather than trying to find an expert that agrees
Councillor Dyer, can you just make your comments about the application, please, rather political comments? Thank you.
Well, Chairman, I will, and I will respect your view, but I think some colleagues have also made political points this evening. You haven't
I'm addressing you, Councillor Dyer,
Yes,
so
thank you,
please...
Thank you. Rather than trying to find an expert that agrees with the applicant, it is my view that both the applicants and the Planning Authority must find a way to ensure the concerns set out by the Highways Authority are taken seriously and appropriate mitigation is carried out, rather than waiting for Phase 1B. There is no guarantee, as I've said that, and I will respect your judgment, Mr. Chairman. To approve this application this evening, in several years' time, we can potentially be left with 300 properties, no link road, and an even more chaotic Skellingthorpe Road. There is nothing we can do, as the developers would still be within their remit of planning consent. Mr. Chairman, if the vote is to approve this application on the basis of disregarding the objection by Lincolnshire County Council, I cannot, in good conscience, vote in favour of such a motion. If this planning application, before committee this evening, were to ensure the appropriate infrastructure, as set out by the County Council, were to be constructed as requested, it is highly likely that I would take a different view. Should any member put forward any amendment or alternative option, I'm very open to listening to such a proposal. And finally, Chairman, and if I may, as you'll be aware, well, you may be aware, perhaps you are, the local plan is currently being updated, and the Environment Act is now casting significant demands on all our decision-making. But unfortunately, as this application is already a live application, it doesn't have to meet all of the new, ambitious, environmental criteria as set out within the proposed amended local plan. And it is deeply regrettable, Mr. Chairman, that for such a large-scale development, the applicant are falling well short of the standards we're expecting developers to adhere to in the coming months. And to be clear, Mr. Chairman, the local plan it includes things like not having gas pipes, for instance, so properties aren't dependent on gas. It's really pertinent points. And to conclude, I can see you're itching to tell me to shut up. Voting to approve this application on the basis of disregarding the serious Highways objection, I cannot in good conscience vote in favour of such a motion. And I do hope colleagues are of the same view. Despite all of the money, taxpayers' money, time, effort, condescending comments from all the various experts, This application doesn't have key stakeholder support, it doesn't have local resident support, it clearly doesn't have the support of the local city councillors in that area, it doesn't have the support of local county councillors, it doesn't have the support of our local MP. This evening, based on all the information that I have before me, I will not be supporting the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dyer. Councillor Preston.
Is this working? Yes, it
Yep.
is.
Yep.
First of all, I'd like to, I'm not going to make this very long, so don't worry. I'd just first of all like to thank the officers for the superb organisation of tonight. I'm sure you'll agree with this. I'd particularly like to thank them for their calm and patient responses to questions. It's quite late at night and I'm sure all of us, it's a showcase for the work of our officers which members of the public don't always get to see. And I'm personally very grateful for that. I just wanted to make one point, and I'm sort of addressing this to officers, and I'd be grateful if they could give some input on this. As somebody made the point tonight, the car isn't going anywhere. We will always have cars with us, and we've talked about the various ways we mitigate the impact of cars, such as electric charging points, etc. But since COVID, we know that the way we live our lives is changing. There's been a lot of discussion tonight of traffic and of the impact, not just in the short term, but over the longer term of this development in terms of traffic, and a lot of hypothesis and discussion about that. So given that post-COVID, the world is changing, we know that more and more, this is shown in national research, but also we've seen this locally, that more and more businesses are moving to remote working. People are often either working wholly from home now, not always, but a lot of people now, or partly from home. We see that even with our own council. Given the move to a lot more online shopping, a lot of people have found that they prefer to get their supermarket load from online rather than go to the supermarket. Given those things, I wondered officers' thoughts in terms of the impact that might have on traffic over the next 20 years, what impact we've seen it already have, and what impact that move for people to perhaps make fewer car journeys might have over the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Preston. Councillor Reid.
That's better. I want to make a fair few points, actually, in fairness. But to start with, like everyone else has said, there's no doubt we are in need of further housing here in Lincoln and beyond. However, that does not mean that we should be voting for it regardless of what the format of the scheme is, as perhaps been suggested by others earlier. We still need to consider the scheme on its merits. There's no doubt we need housing, but it needs to be the right housing in the right location, at the right time. Moving on, firstly, to start with some of the comments made in the report, particularly on page 29 of the report to start with. This is to do with comments on HGV movements onto the site. It is said in here that there will be a negligible environmental impact given HGVs will be on routes already carrying HGV traffic. Possibly, yes, but that HGV traffic is not already going into that site using those roads. So I question really what you're trying to say in that point there. And then following on after that, it is said that the level of 250 units a year being constructed is not anticipated to generate HGVs at a level that would create environmental impacts. I assume that's been miswritten, because to claim that the 4,000 HGV movements that you're predicting a year will have no environmental impact, I cannot understand how someone could come to that conclusion at all. So I assume it's a mistake in the report, but if not, I'd be very grateful to understand quite how you've come to that conclusion. Moving on slightly, it is clear to me from what we've heard tonight that the way the council have gone about this application has led to a breakdown in trust between the public, particularly in the affected areas of Bootham, Hartsholme, Birchwood, and the council. There's no trust there, and it's clear from the countless objections received that this is the case. That is why the proposed conditions that Lincolnshire County Council put in their objection would go some way to trying to resolve that. At the moment, no one is willing to take the council at their words with regards to future infrastructure. And I know it's been brought up a lot in the past, but I will take some of the words used by some of the speakers for the applicants on this. The second speaker for the applicant said that the traffic issues caused on Skellingford Road cannot be solved without the bridge, and I would absolutely agree. Lindham said that Lindham have said that we need the bridge to move forward and solve the traffic issues. Absolutely, I agree with both of what they said there, which is why they should be starting with that and not moving on to it. As they've both Lindham and the council have said this evening, this is not about profit. These are not profit-delivered choices. Both comments made by the council this evening. However, when then asked why we're not starting there, it's all about money. So, it's trying to use the same argument to say we're not like this, and then saying we are when it suits. It's like the comments made earlier by Councillor Smalley about the affordable housing later. Again, if this is not about profit, why are there no affordable housing in the first part of the scheme? It doesn't. The council's promises aren't backed up by any reality. They're false promises, and it is very clear that there is no faith in them from the members of the public. Moving on from this, I agree with the comments Councillor Dyer made earlier about no left turn on Skellingford Road. That I can't see how that would do anything more than cause problems, not fix anything. Much talk has been given about the deliverability report, which is very briefly quoted on page, I think it was 43 of the report, and with regards to going forwards and how we get to that point. And there's been several comments that no one's going to walk away from the scheme after the first 300 houses because they won't have made any money. Well, at what point in this scheme will that stop being the case? At what point will they be able to say, okay, now we're building because we're building? Is that something the deliverability report has actually come out with? Is there any likelihood that they will ever make any money out of the scheme, given that after the first, if they're not making it from the first 300 that are all market houses with no affordable, which is then followed up with 2 massive costs with link roads and bridges, where is that? And then more affordable housing afterwards. When will they be making that money with all those costs? Is that just another one of those reports where it's just, offhand comments not based on anything? Which brings me back to comments you made earlier in response to Councillor Metcalfe about the 81 vehicles, potentially 81 vehicles coming from the site, not being, mitigated by the measures on Doddington Road. You said there'd been no modelling given by the County Council about that, but from what I've read or heard, was there any modelling from your actual modelling about that impact and the mitigations, about how many of those cars will be using Skellingford Road going forward? Or again, is that also just guesswork or advice or opinion? That is quite an important point. If we're saying that's the mitigations that we're putting in to mitigate it, that needs to be backed up by some actual evidence. If you're saying the County Council's objection isn't based on that, well then your assertion that it is needs to be based on actual evidence, which I've not seen here in the report. Finally, the comments about this, these traffic issues to start with, and that they'll be short-term, and if everything goes to plan, they'll be mitigated by the bridges in the future. Regardless of what Councillor Clarkson said earlier about the extra journey times and the 20 miles per hour and things, even if that does all happen and everything goes to plan, this isn't short-term. You're talking about residents having to put up with these problems for 6 years until the end of that phase. That isn't short-term. That's a long time. So my question to you would be, when would it stop being short term? Where would you draw the line on short term? Because I think using language like short term for 6 years, it isn't acceptable. And that's not even withstanding the fact that if the development doesn't go ahead, that short term will soon be into forever. So for those reasons and the way some of the attitude shown tonight by some of what's been said, I don't think I can support this application because there is no mitigation for me for the issues that it will cause for the city.
Right, thank you, Councillor Reid. I'm going to ask officers to respond to that, and then following that, unless someone wishes to speak who hasn't already spoken, I'm going to suggest we move to the vote. So I'll get officers to respond to that, and then we'll move to the vote, unless somebody who hasn't already spoken wishes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the comments made by Councillor Dyer and the queries in relation to the drainage channels, these would be sustainable urban drainage system channels adopted by the lead local flood authority as the county council. The bridges have an agreement in principle with Network Rail. The detail of such would need to follow on in terms of the conditions that are attached to the consent. In relation to improvements to green space adjacent to the site, there is in fact additional play equipment secured for Hartzone Park as part of the early phase of the delivery of the scheme. And in relation to the funding of the bridge, just as a point of clarification in terms of what I was saying earlier on, it's not that the delivery and funding per se of the bridge link from Tritton Road is not material. I was referring to the source of that funding, whether or not it was from the developers themselves, from the City Council or from elsewhere, is not in itself a material consideration. So the delivery of the bridge clearly is a material consideration, the funding required to do so as part of that, but the source of that funding is not a material consideration. And not forgetting that the applicants themselves, with this proposal, have not challenged viability. So normally, if we're in a situation as a local planning authority of having to consider viability issues, it's because a developer is saying it's not viable and that they are unable to provide something. The developers in this case, the applicants in this case, have not challenged viability for Western Growth Corridor and have ensured that it's a policy compliant scheme in totality. Picking up Councillor Preston's issue in relation to, a very valid point in relation to COVID and the world sort of post-COVID, or as we go through this pandemic as it ever evolves, and the rise of the sort of home working movement. Certainly us as a council would be very much part of that, and working practices have changed considerably. All of the data, all of the modelling work, all of the assessments that have been carried out in relation to traffic were pre-COVID. So they are based on a, if you like, a sort of worst case scenario, if you like, in relation to that. We don't have any hard and fast data more recently that looks at the impact of COVID on those numbers, other than anecdotal data that we know from being residents ourselves and working and knowing how the world has changed, that there inevitably has to be a reduction of traffic. But that is only anecdotal. It's not something that is formalised in any way as part of the application. Moving on to Councillor Reid, the HGV movements that you were quoting, which is part of that consideration from the environmental statements. This is under the environmental impact assessment regulations, and that is to assess the scale and level of certain impacts. And again, it's not to say that there will be no impact. It's assessing the significance of the impact. And as you point out on page 29, I can confirm it's not a mistake in the report. It is absolutely accurate what you've been reading, and that it's 7 HGV arrivals per day as it equates over the course of the development. And that's the assessment that's been made that isn't significant. but it is still 7 HGV movements, but it's considered that over the course of a day, that's not significant in terms of its environmental impact. In terms of at what point is short-term not short-term, I mean, that's not a term that has a definition in planning terms, but over the course of an urban extension, which is 22, 23 years in totality for delivery as it's anticipated today, 6 years in that context is short-term in relative terms. Members will need to come to their own opinion and view on whether they agree with that assessment and consider how that factors into their voting this evening. In terms of the viability work that was undertaken, the deliverability work that was undertaken by Aspinall Verde and the advice they've given us, that was very much centred on the concern of that first 300 specifically. I can't give you a specific number of dwellings or a specific financial sum at which point it triggers a specific profit level for the developer, other than to say critically that first 300 was the sort of trigger point for us as a local planning authority to ensure that we got beyond that stage and we then see the delivery of that wider infrastructure before the scheme moves forward. The modelling, again, you highlighted a response I gave to Councillor Metcalfe several hours ago now about whether or not the County Council had provided any modelling of their own specifically to argue against this, and it is true they have not provided that. The modelling work, there has been a significant amount of modelling work that was produced for the application by the applicants, and that very modelling comes from a model agreed by the County Council's Highway Authority. I think that probably covers everything, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Okay, final opportunity for anyone who hasn't spoken who may wish to speak. And in the absence of any hands going up, I think it's now time for us to move to the vote. Councillor Dyer.
Testing. I formally request that we have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Are you moving that Councillor Dyer?
Yep.
Councillor Metcalfe.
In order to obviate the need for a vote, can I indicate that the majority group on the council would welcome a recorded vote on this matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Very helpful. So we will move to a recorded vote. Your name will be called out, and if you could indicate whether you are for, against, or whether you're abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go through each councillor's name. Councillor Bill Bilton. Councillor Alan Briggs. Again. Councillor Chris Burke. For. Councillor Sue Burke. For. Councillor Bob Bushell.
For.
Councillor Liz Bushell. Councillor David Clarkson. Against. Councillor Tom Dyer. Against. Councillor Matthew Fidel. Councillor Gary Hewson. For. Councillor Andrew Kerry. Against. Councillor Jackie Kirk. Councillor Roseanne Kirk. Councillor Jane Lofhagen. Councillor Rebecca Longbottom. Councillor Helena Mayer. Councillor Bill Mara. Councillor Rick Metcalfe. Councillor Lucinda Preston. Councillor Chris Reid. Councillor Claire Smalley. Councillor Hilton Spratt. Councillor Mark Storer. Councillor Eddie Strengle. Councillor Pat Vaughan. Councillor Lorraine Woolley. Councillor Callum Watt.
Well, we'll just get the numbers on that and then we'll announce them. Before everybody leaves, if we could allow the public to leave first, please, and councillors just hang back a few moments. I'll give you the results immediately, as soon as we have them. Right, the result of the vote then is 16 for, 11 against. Can I just thank all the councillors who've attended this evening and your contributions, some of them more lengthy than others. Can I also thank the general public for your behaviour and dignity this evening and listening to quite lengthy procedures. Thank you so much. Can I thank the staff of this venue, the engine shed, for all the facilities they've provided for us this evening. It's been excellent. Thank you. A brilliant venue. I hope next time I'm here it's at a music event. And finally, can I extend my sincere thanks to all the officers who've attended this evening in the background, front of house, so to speak, have enjoyed a great deal and been so professional throughout. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And good evening, everybody, and have a safe journey home. Thank you.